Hey, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Bourbon Neophyte. Hope you guys have something good in your glasses tonight because I certainly do. So, we're going to just start off by checking out people in chat and just want to say hey to James Morgan over there across the pond. Know and appreciate you being here as always, hanging. I am so glad that you actually even stayed up, brother. Thank you for popping in. And of course, we always have meetings. It's always glad to have you here. Jack, cheers, man. Thank you for popping in. I know I saw Bourbon Baller down there too. Yes, yes, yes. Cheers, man. Oh, yes, 1910. Absolutely, I would take that with me. I pulled a couple aside that I have sitting over here that are specifically going to go up with me here next weekend and gonna spread the love to the people that are there. They've already been sending me texts saying, hey, we're here. When you guys coming up? And I said, Saturday, we will be ready. See, I have a cabin, but it's not that fancy, but has a killer back porch looking out onto Forest Service land. That is perfect, hanging. Got a room to park my camper. I am set. Hey, Stacy, cheers. Yes, next weekend on Sunday. So far, thumbs up. As of right now, we are a go, and I should be home in plenty of time. That's for sure. So appreciate it and thank you. David, cheers, man. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Steve, cheers. Thank you for popping in over here. I tell you what, really enjoyed watching Livewire tonight, and T Rob and uh, John. I thought it was a good battle. And I will say this, it is difficult when you have 4 or 5 blinds in front of you and you start nosing. And after a while, yep, some of those really do seem like they're the same, and it's difficult that way. And then when you start tasting, you may get little differences, but as you go through all 5 of them, and then you always inevitably go back through them again, and now the flavors start to be very similar. And my opinion is this: smell it a couple of times, write your notes, go right down the line, then go ahead and do your tasting, concentrate on the one, clear your palate into the next one with some water. I sometimes do keep a control bourbon too, but you know what? That's not always the best thing, my opinion. Sometimes the best thing to do is just use a little bit of this stuff here in a glass and then keep moving. I fumbled myself a few times on it when I battled Adam a few weeks back. Well, it's a little over a month now, but dead on picked the Mictors. But because I went back through and then back and then back through and then back and third and fourth guessed myself, I changed my answer. It was a Michter's Toasted, just like I picked out originally. But oh well, that's just the way those things go. That's for sure. Tommy D's in the house. Cheers, brother. Thank you for popping in. Mr. Whiskey Sitch, telling you, loved that stream. I sat there for good 2 hours there on my patio, just watching the festivities go on and everything unfold. Kind of made me laugh because thought back whenever you and I did the battle and second, third, fourth guessing. Yeah, that was, wow. It was it's just different. You know what I'm saying? It is just different. But anyway, Jay, cheers. John, cheers. Great to have you. Oh my God, Kathy Joe from Women of Whiskeys. You know you've hit the big time when Women of Whiskeys pop on to give you a shout out. Always appreciate those girls and enjoyed seeing them on Livewire Whiskey. Big Vic, cheers, brother. Thank you for coming on in here. Always appreciate having good whiskey people pop in here and say hello. There's my buddy just down the street, ASMR Whiskey. Appreciate you all being here. Let me just take care of just a little quick housekeeping because I just caught myself and realized you're an idiot. You forgot something. So give me just 1 second here to get over there and get this done, and I will do it right now. I don't know what I was thinking, or apparently I wasn't thinking. So got the link pinned. So we are good there. Go into this mode. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Hey, do me a favor. Do not forget to hit that like button. And if you are new to the channel, please subscribe and remember to click on that bell. You must be a subscriber to the channel in order to contribute in chat. That's the way we filter out all those stupid damn bots that put bullshit in that none of us want to hear. So sorry if you can't figure it out, but that's what you need to do. So moving forward here, I got to say cheers to our friends up in Canada. Cheers, Donald Rance. And then there is Prescription Bourbon. Always glad to have Prescription Bourbon here, Dave. Great to see you. Appreciate you. Links in chat if anybody wants to pop in and say hi. I pinned it, so we are good there. But tonight, I know I'm going to talk about some whiskeys and stuff that I'm going to be taking to camp and stuff with me. However, primarily a Scotch night, people. Primarily a Scotch night. I've poured it in my glass here. I've got it sitting right now. I've worked on this a little bit. I have also shared some pours out of this bottle so I could get others' opinion on it because, you know, as you all know, I appreciate other people's opinion besides my opinion to see what they think and how they like the expression. So that being said, I had given it out. I have gotten some feedback on it, and I'm like, boom. You're very close, Donald. Very, very close. Yes, you are. It is a monster. So I'm just going to go ahead and tease people and show you the bottle. It is an independent bottle by the name, and I know you've heard it, Alexander Murray and Company. It is distillate from Tobermory Distillery. It's a single malt Scotch aged 22 years. And yes, it is a pick from Total Wine, but I didn't buy it there, believe it or not. They didn't pick up these barrels. This was during the pandemic. I found this and I picked it up and I threw it on the shelf and I didn't do a thing with it until last weekend. Adam, cheers, man.
What's up, Anthony?
Stream, thought it was a good battle, made me laugh because I thought about you and I going back and forth. After you do 4 or 5 of those flights in a row, I mean, you can't help but second and third guess yourself.
Yeah.
And laughing because, yeah, after a while, it really did start to like that they were together. In other words, I knew they weren't the same, but they all started to smell the same. And then the tastes really started to pop in there. Mr. Jiggs, cheers. Looky here. We got New York represented in the house. Cheers, man. Anyway, yeah, I just loved it. I sat there on the patio and I watched that and I was just chuckling. It's listening to them because I thought about when you and I battled and I'm laughing to myself. I'm going, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
it.
the nosing round was interesting because they were like so off on the nosing round.
Oh,
and then the palates they started to hit, but yeah, it was.
Cheers, Bill.
It was fun.
Thanks for popping in there, man. Always appreciate you. But yeah, it's
the fun thing with blinds is like it's so hard especially if you're doing like nosing or anything like that. Like it just differs so much from anything you get on the palate. It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard.
Oh, it is. And like I said, when you start sipping on them, man, sometimes you'll start to pick up different things and it reminds you of other. But when you keep going back and forth, Next thing you know, all that's coming together, and you've got to go, stop. What was your first thought?
Yeah,
Think about that
you go
first thought.
back to something and try to
Yeah.
guess on it again, you're probably gonna F it up, but who knows?
Yeah.
Like, some people might do better on their second guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Tommy D,
I proved that wasn't me.
Tommy D, I couldn't get on my own stream in the back party, so I jumped on with my boy Anthony.
Dude, isn't that tough? Your own freaking channel, and you can't even get on your own after party.
No,
What
dude.
the hell?
Shit's
No respect, Adam. No respect, I'm telling you. Oh my
But
gosh.
hey, I would rather be with Anthony, honestly.
See there, you guys heard it right here.
My guy.
And Mike's busy packing. You know, now we're all on the pay no mind list. He's got Mexico on the brain.
Oh yeah, he's gone for a week.
And he's going to say, Adam, Mr. Whiskey Shits, who?
If y'all got
I'm
a
on the
battle
beach.
lined up with Mike and you do it next week, that's the week to do it. Because
Yeah.
you're gonna beat his immature palate ass for sure.
But anyway, so
What are you sipping on, Anthony?
So I'm just getting ready to tell the story about this, and I just give them a little teaser. So this is an independent bottler, been around for a bit. They take other companies, you know, other distillers distillate, and they bottle it. So this one is a 22-year-old single cask coming in at 53.8 ABV,
Damn.
aged 22 years in refilled sherry butts. 22 years it's sat in that barrel being caressed by that delicious sweetness from the sherry. And
hell yeah.
I sampled this thing. I only opened it up Saturday a week ago, but I sampled some of this out because I wanted to get other people's opinion. So my sister came into town, and I took it with me when I drove down to Yuma along with about 12 other bottles, and I did a tasting for them. That was something I put in because, one, they don't like peat. They don't like the smoky. They don't mind a little bit of char. Mr. Jiggs, have a good night, man, and keep us posted, brother. Got our fingers crossed for you. And so, like I said, I started them low and worked them up. However, I'm not saying they're hooked, but now I got them on the peat train a little bit that they can appreciate it because they've had some experiences, and they said the iodine, the Band-Aid, the very medicinal flavors. I go, that's peat. That's peat. I said, but there are many different styles and types depending upon where it's from and how they expose the grain to it. I said, so, but that being said, we're not going to get all into that, but peat is different from the different regions around Scotland. It doesn't all have the exact same flavor. I said, so, but anyway.
Yeah.
So
put like the smoky and Band-Aid
yes.
as your baseline, and then try
Yep.
and get a little
So I started them out basically with a little compass box, my orchard house. Hey, Tommy D. And worked them up through there to where they're like, oh, this is a little smoky. This is a little peaty. And I go, yes, but it's not bad. And he goes, no, it's not. He says, I can drink this. He says, actually, it's good. I says, then once you learn to appreciate this sweetness, that smoke just kind of caresses it and sets it off. I said, you'll see. So anyway, I started them on the journey. And then one of the last things I gave them was this. And my brother-in-law and sister, particularly my brother-in-law, he really liked it. He said, oh yeah, I could tell this has got some kick. I said, oh yeah, this isn't 43 ABV. I said, this is north of that by at least 10 points. I said, but we talked about it. I said, what do you think? What do you think? And he goes, actually, this is really good. And so I let him drink it a minute. He didn't pick up the very, very end. I mean, on the retrohale and on the late in the finish, you will get a peat note on it. That's smoke. It's there. And so I let him go, and he drank a dram, and I gave him a little bit more, and he liked it. He goes, I can drink this. I can drink this. And then I told him, well, it's peated. No. Yeah, take another sip. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I go,
So are you
because you're
talking
now
his
getting,
mindset then?
well, he's now getting acclimated to the peat because I started him on some compass box and a few other things that had a very light, very mild wisp, what I call, of peat. And so he already had the taste. So it was very easy to overlook, particularly with the ABV and the sherry note that was in this scotch. So I already knew I was going to have him fooled in my mind. And I never told him, and I wanted to see if he'd pick it out. But
I can do about a dram of scotch, peated scotch, and that's it.
well, you know,
I can't do more.
it is an acquired taste, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. And when I went back to it a couple of years ago and tried it again, I'd rather run my tongue across a freaking restroom stall floor to try to get that freaking taste off of my tongue than
Hell,
have
I've
to
got
endure
word
it.
to stall.
Yeah.
Stall.
I mean, it was horrid.
Yeah.
But now, you know, I'm hooked. I have no problem with a Lafroig. I have no problem with an Ardbeg. You know, Lagavulin is my friend. So I am there. There's no problem with it. But I poured this for them, and I never tasted it. I never had a drop of it until this past weekend. Never touched it. So I've had this for over a year and a half, just, you know, sitting on my shelf of things to open up. And I just decided out of a whim to take it. So I opened it up and I poured this thing and I let them have it. And I did not have a sip. I let them go first. And I'm just sitting there and I'm nosing this thing. Wow. And I'm looking at it and looking at how dark it is. You know, you could tell it's sherried, but you could just see how darn dark it is.
Mm-hmm.
But the legs on this thing would just all of a sudden slowly start to form as it just clung to the sides of the glass. And then the beads just formed and hung there from the oils and the viscosity. And I'm sipping on it and I'm like, oh my gosh. And I don't want to give it away. You know, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to say anything. So I'm letting them do their thing. Hey, cheers, Dustin. So I'm letting them do their thing. And I'm sipping on this like I'm doing here. And I'm like, wow, I cannot believe, and this is going in my head. I let this sit for over a year on the shelf and I didn't open it. And so I let them do it. And I'm talking to him and he goes, so he asked me, he says, so how long you've been drinking this? And I said, 15 minutes. As long as we did that, I go, what do you think? So he told me and I go, this, in my opinion, and I'm just going to spill it right out so everybody knows, this is a freaking phenomenal bottle of scotch at 22 years old from the Tobermory distillery. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, I have seen, they're like hen's teeth, but there's still a couple around here. So now I'm going to be on the hunt. And if I have to travel back to where I got this on the other side of town, I'm going. I'm going to get it.
Have you looked at your other bottles you haven't opened in? It was like, all right, what am I missing?
Well, I don't have anything like this. So yes, no, I didn't have to do that. I know. But yeah, I've got some bottles down there that I haven't touched. And one of them is a Remus 5, but I've had some. The Repeal, I've never touched it since I bought it because someone else gave me a pour of it. And I'm like, oh, it's good. So now that FOMO that I'm missing out on something, and it can sit there. It can sit there. But people say, what do you mean you haven't opened it? Well, I didn't need to open it because I
had somebody else's.
Yeah. I had it. So that was that. But this, like I said, has been fantastic. And I've like I said, I've had my share out of this bottle since last weekend, but I also, divvied up some samples to people because I had to hear what they had to say about it because I don't want people just to hear it from me, which I know you guys don't mind, but I listen to them and they were satisfied with it. So now this has been sitting a week, and I abstained from touching it until today. And oh my goodness, if it comes up, let me just see if it'll pick it up. Can you start to see the beads just hanging on the gland?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
let me see if I angle it a bit. I can see it. There they go.
Yeah, I see it.
They're just beading there. It's so nice and viscous and oily. And
Would you say you're more of a Scotch fan than a bourbon fan?
Oh, I love it all. But,
I know, but
my first love was Scotch many, many years ago, like 30 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I got out of it. I mean, I didn't touch anything for 15 years or more other than a beer.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, a bullet, I'd have, but the pandemic is what lit the fire again. Exactly. That's what lit the fire again. But holy smokes.
Hey, Bill.
6 year. What a slap in the face. I bet it is.
How do you say
hey,
that?
Man, Tater Dumb, I am so sorry I missed you last weekend. I would have been at Liquor Lineup. I'm telling you, I would have been there for anything in the world just to see if they pulled my name to get one of those rare and limited from Smoke Wagon or something like that in the drawing.
To see that
and
mullet.
Like I told you, I'm 10 blocks from there, Tater Dumb. Literally, I could, if I had to, I could drink there and stagger back to my house. But I mean, that's how close I am to that Liquor Lineup. So where you were, but unfortunately, not unfortunately, I went to see my sister. She went to our parents' house with her husband. So I was in Yuma last weekend, the wife and I and the dog. So, but it was a good time. But this is really a terrific Scotch. I mean, a terrific Scotch. I mean, one that I would not hesitate.
So other than the smokiness, what's the taste of it? What is
it is so creamy. It is sweet. And you don't get the peat. If you don't know it's in there,
all right, so
you're not going to pick that up.
Is it a fruity sweet?
Pardon me?
Is it a fruity sweet? Is it
it's more
candy sweet?
Yes. There you go. I was going to say not so much like a cherry sweetness, but there is darker fruits in it.
Oh, like a plum.
Very ripe.
What was the cap finish on that, Anthony?
This is sherry butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the red fruit then. Okay.
Yeah, the 22 years it just sat in that barrel. So it really got that flavor in there. And I just can't get, I mean, for me to have it non-chill filtered. Now I'm going to say there's no color added, but it doesn't say that. So I don't want to assume because it doesn't say that. But in my opinion, this damn thing needs nothing added to it. Not this color.
Scotch.
No, not this. I mean, this is truly fabulous.
22
All right,
years
we have
old.
a real professional coming on now. So
that's a total wine pick too?
This was a total wine pick,
wow.
Yeah, but they didn't pick up. And I picked it up at another liquor store here, Lee's.
Okay.
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, Stacy. You're up late.
I'm off tomorrow, so I can actually join you.
There you go.
Oh,
nice. I'm working afternoon shift tomorrow, so I don't have to be up till noon.
Woohoo!
I'm retired.
I keep telling myself,
that day. I don't see it.
8 more years. 8 more years. Not that I'm counting, but 8 more years. And then, if I want to stay longer, I will. But yeah, if I don't have to,
I like not being able to do anything I want. I thought about going back to like part-time work and shit. Yeah. No.
And it's only if you want and feel like it, because you don't have to. Yeah.
That's the
but then if you want to go on a trip, you can just go whenever you want.
Well,
yeah.
The wife won't like that.
Yeah, I mean, your wife's still working right now. It's not your work schedule.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Anyway.
But that
Hi,
dark
Stacey, how you
fruit
doing?
note,
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Well, you were doing some kind of Christmas thing today, weren't you?
Mm-mm. No, I had my derby hat on.
Oh, it might have been that. Did your husband have like a Christmas hat on, or
Yeah, he has like this top hat, this stovepipe kind
maybe
of hat.
that was it then? Yeah, I kind of briefly kind of saw it. I was like, out.
I was
Yeah.
still driving home at that time.
Yeah.
A friend of mine is driving back to New York. Him and his wife, they're snowbirds. They live out here 6 months out of the year, and then they go back to upstate New York, Oswego to be exact,
Gotcha.
and spend the summer there, and then they migrate back here, and they're generally on this side of the world, October-ish, give or take towards the end. But anyway, then they come back here and stay, and he always brings me some homemade hot sausage from a mom and pop market in Oswego called Garofalo's. And let me tell you what, it is some of the best hot sausage I've ever had. And when I tell you it's hot, you will fart fire and shit smoke and pray for ice cream the next
Are we
morning.
talking Italian sausage?
Yes.
Oh, it sounds really good.
They call it triple X for a reason.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
those Italians can do some hot sausage. My cousin, the tenant at her building makes sopressata. Makes sopressata every year.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, it's so freaking good.
It's so good, no good for you, but it's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. Hey, Lilith.
Hey, Lil.
Appreciate it. Cheers. I know Chris is working, but somebody's got to do it while we sit here and drink whiskey.
Yeah, it's usually the other way around. Usually Chris is like on and then Lil's working.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Stacy, there was a show from Canada like 20 years ago. It was called The Thirsty Traveler, where he went around the world with different drinks. And he did a show that was in the Okanagan Valley, and the winery he went to was Quail's Gate.
Really?
Troy.
So now when they're doing this green spot, I'm like, wait a second. I saw this winery on TV like 20 years ago.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, I thought it was either Kilkenny or Killarney that I think they're originally from.
Okay.
Hey, Troy, just a question
Yes,
here.
Yeah.
The game you like to play, there's things called roads, right?
Yes.
But you don't try to use those.
No, I don't. No.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah. Sometimes
I didn't know if somebody was
fastest
just
way
up here.
between 2 points is actually a straight line. Yeah.
Okay. He plays a car driving game and he just drives over everything. Anyway.
Yep.
What's up, Troy?
Oh, not much. Been a long weekend. I did the Walla Walla release weekend.
That is a
So-
Bigfoot. Are you a Bigfoot believer?
What was
Troy,
that?
Of course.
are you a Bigfoot believer?
He's out there, man, somewhere.
He's out there.
He or she is out there.
Yep.
There's a she. There's a she. I guarantee it.
I mean, there literally has to be.
Wait,
So
can we use those pronouns? Are you sure?
Yes. On this
Okay.
channel, you can. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Well, make sure.
oh, Trinity, yeah.
So
That was
I'm
fun.
gonna highlight myself for a second for Troy because I told him he had to come on here.
Yes, I did.
Because I'm going to describe something else before I get into the whiskeys and stuff I'll be taking with me. It's just some of them. But so I'm not a wine drinker at all. I'm one of the few Italians that probably do not like wine. And my family made it, the homemade Italian wine.
Yep.
We called it Dago Red. And that stuff will curl your toenails. I mean, you have 2 glasses of that and you don't need any more. I can guarantee it. Some of that stuff was just potent. So as a kid, we'd go and get the grapes, bring them in, put them in the press. And we just thought it was great turning that thing and watching the juice spill out into the bucket and then pouring it into the little screen to get out some of the bits and pieces and stuff like that. And we used to always drink that juice. Always drink that juice. It's grape juice. It was good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Some of it
Really
was a little
sweet.
tart, but it's
Yeah.
just the grapes, but it was good. So one day we got into it And then we said, well, why don't we open up one of these bottles that's been sitting here? Well, there was a big difference in taste, but, we ended up having a good bit of it, and I got sick.
Mm.
What was I?
How old were you?
12,
Yeah.
13.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But we always had wine on the table. There was
Mhm.
always wine on the table. I mean, but I just never really cared for it. Well, after that experience, that kind of just ruined me. And later on in life, I mean, I would drink a Riesling, a Zinfandel, a sip here or there, a glass. But other than that, it was like, I pass. So being in Yuma, my sister and brother-in-law's first love before Scotch was wine. And my brother-in-law liked a little bourbon and stuff like that. But they spent a month in Scotland last year, and they did all the tours and And so he really liked Scotch, and he made some purchases while he was there and had stuff back. And, the distillery begins with an M, and it's 25 plus years old. And so, he bought some of those and sent them back here. But anyway, while he was down there, he picked up some wine that he was drinking with the parents. And one of the one that he was drinking was this one. So I'm going to highlight myself so you can see it. I don't know anything about it. Here we go.
Oh, Dow, Paso Robles, yeah.
Yep.
So
So
Son of the Lion or Soul of Lion.
Soul of the Lion. Soul
I
of the
haven't
Lion.
had that one before.
Okay. So Cabernet Sauvignon. Yep. Don't ask me to pronounce anymore because that's not my forte. But Greg, cheers, man. Thanks for popping in here, brother.
Oh.
I know it's late for you,
Hi, Greg.
but
That's
Greg.
always appreciate you East Coasters hanging in there.
Hey, Greg. Yeah, that's
So-
a fancy bottle.
So he poured it for me, but I never had a real experience. And he said, now, just leave it set here. We're going to open it up. He says, I couldn't decant it because I don't have one here in my aerator. But he says, normally I would chill this down to about 55, 58, depending.
Yeah.
He says, but then I would decant it and let it warm up to about, he said 65, 68, give or take. He goes, I go, really? He goes, yeah. He says, so when we have people over, we'll pour a couple of different bottles and decant them, but I'll decant them at different times so they can start to warm up depending upon what we're doing and what stage of the meal we're in. So he was telling me, and I go, really? He says, yeah, we'll go through 4 or 5 bottles of wine or more, depending on how many people are there. So I might have to open 2 bottles. And he's the kind of person that has 300-400 bottles.
Yeah.
One house he's building a, I call it a refrigerator, but it's going to hold 300 bottles in there.
Yeah.
And anyway, so he says, okay, so it's poured. It's been open for about 15, 20 minutes. He touched the glass. He goes, yeah, it's not too bad. He goes, I probably want it just a tad, the temperature up is, but he says, I don't have my thermometer to measure it, but he goes, neither here nor there. He took a sip and he goes, oh yeah, it's okay. He says, now what I want you to do is when you take that first sip, don't swish it all around in your mouth. Just kind of hold it at the tip of your tongue and just hold it there for a few seconds. Then go ahead and consume it.
Yep.
He says, what do you think? And I said, it's the same terrible taste that I've always get on wine, that tannin, that bitter, that. He goes, absolutely.
Yep.
He goes, that's what I expected you to say. He goes, that's a normal experience. He says, now the second sip, get it to the middle of your tongue and just leave it there for a moment. Don't do anything. Just leave it there and start to become more acclimated to it. And he said, tell me what you think. And I said, well, you know what? It's not as tanniny and the experience wasn't like the first one. He goes, aha. He goes, now give it a minute here. And we're talking and he's explaining to me, he goes, so there's a process. He goes, did you notice anything else? I says, well, actually, yes. The wine smelled fruitier on my nose than the first time. He goes, absolutely. And I said, well, kind of the same with whiskey. I said, he says, absolutely. He says, all right. Now, when you get it, take a little bigger sip, but swish it like it's mouthwash. I said, what? He goes, yes, swish it around like it's mouthwash. And I kind of looked at him, and he was doing it. My sister was doing it. All right. So I swished it all around or whatever. And he says, okay. He goes, what do you think? I go, and I'm looking at him and I go, this is not anything like I've ever experienced. I go, that first sip, he goes, that's what it always tasted like,
Yeah.
you know, and I never liked it. He says, well, what do you think? And I go, well, I kind of like it because it's like real fruity and sweet.
Mhm.
That tannin stuff, that bitterness is like gone.
Yeah.
He goes, now your palate's acclimated. And I laughed.
Mhm.
And I said, well, kind of like whiskey. I said,
Mhm.
the first sip to the second sip to the third sip is where you really start pulling flavors out. He says, now, wait till the fourth sip. And so we're drinking it. Well, I finished the glass as he reaches over and pours me another. So anyway, I had 3 glasses of that. I've never had 3 glasses of wine in my life.
Yeah.
Mhm.
3 glasses. I've
Exactly.
never had 3
So-
glasses of wine in my life.
It was
And
an experience
I'm
for
like,
you to
wow.
yeah. So you kind of brought your tasting knowledge from the whiskey world back into the wine world, where you get to taste different things. You can start to deconstruct it in your mouth. You can start to taste the various things. As soon as you start tasting more and more wines, if you can start tasting wines of various ages over the same night, then you're going to start determining like what actually is like going on with those wines, how they age properly, how they age improperly, and how they're. I mean, it gets to the point now where I can taste a wine, I can basically tell you how it was made, and like I've probably had 3,000 bottles of wine in my lifetime.
Wow.
Over
That's impressive.
14 years, yeah. So you get there, but I mean, you probably have a lot more whiskey experience than I do, and I'm sitting here drinking a Indian whiskey, Amrit. So
That's a decent one. I haven't gotten any yet, but people tell me I have to go down that road.
it's good.
That's what people tell me.
Yeah,
They say don't overlook and that's when they first were telling about indie distilleries.
Mhm.
I thought they meant India. So
Yeah.
not the India as an independent.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get that straight. We are actually talking about India, the country, and the whiskeys that they do produce there.
Yep.
That's what you're referring to. But
Yeah.
anyway, but I was impressed with that wine.
Yeah.
I totally was impressed with that wine. I would not in a million years, even my dad said, he would have never touched that. He would have went right back over to that bourbon and poured himself a good 2 fingers and sat there and been happy. And I had plenty of it with me. Well, I actually had more. I had more scotch with me because I knew he was more on the scotch side. But I did bring a 1792 full proof. I brought down the Calumet 15.
Mhm.
I brought down, I think I brought the Weller's full proof, and that turned out to be a pick. And I didn't realize that when I picked it up
Yeah.
because I won a chance to purchase it for retail.
Yeah.
So,
Hot bag,
yeah.
no matter if it's a pick or not. Yeah.
Well, I didn't even look when they put it in the bag. I
Yeah.
just paid my, $55 and smiled like the Cheshire Cat as I walked out, But I've had Wellers, and I have 2 of them, and it's okay.
Yeah, 107 is
It
a
didn't
bad.
blow my socks off, but everybody tells me the picks are different. So
Never had one.
Well, the problem with the picks is you got to know the individual who's picking them.
yeah,
If your palate kind of lines up with it.
Yeah.
no,
I think
you're
that's
absolutely
across
right,
the board,
Tommy.
any pick,
That's it.
no matter what it is.
They're decent
Yeah.
for the retail price. Like I could get antique for $50, and it's good for that. It's not good for
Yeah,
what
but
they're
then you
doing.
get a pick and it's like 70, and it's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Yep.
Obviously, because this guy liked it, he bought it. Why is he charging more? That's one thing I haven't understood about store picks or even YouTube picks. Why are they more expensive than just the regular stuff on the shelf?
State pick.
What's so special
Uh-oh.
about them?
Oh,
Nashville Bear. Yeah.
yep,
Nice.
Nashville.
Yeah.
Oh, camera hates me. Sorry. OHLQ.
Great rye.
There it is.
Great
Oh,
rye.
Ohio State pick.
Yep. Well, no, Ohio's not a state store like Pennsylvania, correct? Because that's what I remember.
Ohio's control state.
Yeah, control.
Really?
ABC
Yeah,
stores.
there's no
I would
store
go
picks
to.
in Ohio.
I'd be going
I don't know
to.
if they're ABC, but
I'd be going to Kroger's and stuff like that. And when I went to Youngstown State, and I was buying all kinds of stuff there.
Well, the state runs the liquor store inside the Kroger. Kroger doesn't run it.
Oh, I didn't know. I come from Pennsylvania.
All of
It
the,
was
all
state
of the liquor
controlled.
stores that
So
are inside the state are state controlled and state run, and state
okay.
decides what gets stocked there.
Okay, yeah. See,
all
I
the
didn't know
barrel
that.
picks in Ohio are all state picks.
So, born and raised in Pennsylvania, it was state, period. You went to a liquor store if you wanted a bottle. You went to a beer distributor if you wanted to pick up a case.
And then you guys go over to Ohio when the stores are closed because you guys, the PA stores closed crazy early.
Well, I used to leave Ohio and go to Pennsylvania to buy cases of Everclear.
Yeah, I did that in college. I went to Akron and did that in college. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Akron. Oh, yeah. They told me I had a good time up there. There in Kent State.
Oh, everybody has a good time at Kent State.
That's what they tell me. That's what they told me. I said, okay, well, as long as I had fun, that's all that counted. But anyway, so the experience was good. Nice visiting with the family and all. But the wine thing is what floored me.
Yeah.
Now, not that I'm going to go run out and buy myself one of those mini fridges that hold about 10 bottles or anything like that. but I have a different appreciation now for it. And it just goes to show you, my point is to sit down with somebody and truly give it a shot that's experienced. And just like I told them about the peat, I go, you say you don't like peat now, but you've had bad experiences. Yeah. So Eric, Barbarian Eric, he didn't like peat, and he kept telling me about his Lafroig. So he was on here, and I says, I'm going to help you. And by the time he was done, he was loving peat and bought other bottles of peated scotch because it was the experience. And I walked him through it, and from like a Glen Scotia or a Highland Park and stuff like that, to start him off to say, this is what you need to do to help you on this journey, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, but when you have somebody to guide you, to start you off at the bottom with just a wisp, it was probably finished for, I laugh and say, probably like an hour in a peated Scotch barrel and then poured back out. But you got this wisp of smoke in the whiskey. I said, that's where you start. You start to pick the taste out. And then you can jump up to, let's say, the Highland Park Compass Box level. And you keep going. I go, and it might take you a month. It might take you 6 months. I don't know. But you kind of stay at that level and you learn to pick it out. Well, now the hook is in his lip. And he's not going to go for an Ardbegger. He's not going to go for a Lafroig. And he's certainly he's not going to grab a Lagavulin or an Octomore. I can guarantee that. But the majority of the scotch that he has collected on his bar is peated. And I shake my head and I go, really? I said, well, I'll have to come and help you with that next time I'm down in Florida. But so to me, that was a great experience. Your boss's daughter is at Kent State. Really? Well, that's a long way from home, Lou.
Small world.
I'm going to take off. Thanks for letting me on, Anthony. It's good.
Hey, you don't never need an invitation, Tommy.
Well, it's been a while. But
well, that's true. That's true. But like I said, you never need an invitation. You guys,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But you're always welcome. It's just like your home. So you just, if it's up, it's there. You come on.
All right.
I appreciate you. Let me raise my glass and say thank you for popping on.
Cheers.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you for
Tommy.
supporting the channel and all of us there on Whiskey Tube. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sir.
everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button.
Hit the like button. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
But
You just mentioned Glen Scotia, and that's just what I poured.
I almost asked you what you poured.
Yep, Glen Scotia 15.
Is everybody drinking scotch?
No, I'm drinking Indian. But
Going, yeah,
single
that's right,
malt,
you're
I
drinking
mean,
Amaroot.
I do have a Scotch with me. It's not the best that I have, but it's a Islay
I
single
was-
malt.
Let me
I
tell
was
you
just gonna
something.
go. Yeah, I know. I was gonna get a better Scotch.
Well, let me just tell you something. That one you had, Troy,
Yeah,
people have been talking about the Kirkland brand
Yeah.
because now remember, that's an independent person that's bottling that for them. And a
Yep.
lot of times it could be from this particular distillery. It
Mhm.
could be from Lafroig being an
Yeah.
Isla. It could be Lagavulin.
yeah. I've tasted it against a bunch of different Scotches. It's closest to Ardbeg,
Mhm.
like the Ardbeg 10, somewhere in there. This is 100 proof, so it's a little bit oomph to it, which gives it something extra. So it could be almost anything, really.
Well, you know what? 6 hour, everyone's got to start somewhere, and that something sets the hook. And that's what I'm saying. So for peated, for people that say they don't like peat, okay, well, what don't you like? And it's always that medicinal and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Okay, well, what did you have? And then they say, oh, well, I tried Lafroig, the 10-year-old. I go, oh, you jumped right in the water over your head. I go, okay, I can understand that. So there, you're either going to absolutely love it, or you're going to want to run that tongue across the carpet in the men's room just to get rid of that flavor. I said, so that's
I'm
where you went
B.
wrong.
I thought
I'll
the
do the
Lafroig
men's room
Select
thing.
was even worse.
What's that?
The Lafroig Select, I couldn't stand that stuff.
Hmm.
But then I got
Oh,
a mini bottle of Ugadal, and that just kicked the door open on the peat train.
Yeah.
Oh, Oogie is phenomenal. I've tasted. I don't own a bottle of it, but I've tasted it, and I go, "Ooh, that is so good." So when
Yeah,
people talk
if you
about
don't
Oogie,
like peat, just drink Oogie. You
So-
will like every peat after that.
See, that's
So
one of the
Lil-
reasons I try to get people to start with like 2 stacks because it's only 2%, but it's present. You can taste it.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's a nice start. Particularly, it's a good Irish whiskey, so you have that caramel and that sweetness in
Yeah.
there. But
Right.
that peat is the key to me. That just kind of wraps. I always talk about how it just wraps that sweetness, and to me, it's the perfect marriage in there.
Yeah.
And
Start with that one. Pour that one next.
oh,
You look at
I
Ben
took
Demon
that.
Hunter.
I took that down with me, and I gave that was the first one I poured him, and he got the little bit of peat on there right away. But he said that's not bad at all. He says it's actually quite good. I go,
Oh, it's like apple juice.
I said,
Yeah.
and my sister said, she says, well, I'm getting green apples because they had no idea what I poured. I gave them 2 at a time, and now go to this one, go to this one. What are you getting? Blah 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 blah. And so we would go from there, and like I said, it was an amazing journey. Yeah,
If you read
exactly.
Ben Demon Hunter's contacts about Ugadal, that's exactly how I feel.
Greg, that's exactly what I was talking about. He had some other ones, and we worked through that. And so it was from you because I had one of the same ones, and I finished that sample that you dropped off at my house with him. And I said, oh, I'll get it. I have that. And he goes, oh, you have that? I go, oh, yeah, I got it. I said, I've been saving it. I said, this is a worthy occasion. I'll finish it. And so now he has no problem drinking anything with peat, and it doesn't make a difference how much peat is in there. But you
Speaking
were
of samples,
instrumental
you'll have to send
in
me
the
a
journey.
picture of what I sent you because I don't remember.
What you sent me?
Yeah. I sent out
Okay.
like 4 flights that day, and I know most of what I sent you. And I'm like,
Well,
just
I still
sometime
got
before we
everything
do it,
in the
actually-
box right here.
Yeah, I'm like,
Um,
remind me what the heck I sent
And
you.
I mean,
they're all
look how
packaged.
nice they're still wrapped. I never took them out.
Okay.
I left
When you
them all
do,
in
just
there.
send
But
me just shoot me a picture of what they are.
I'll send you a picture. I'm
I
looking
know
at the
I
nice.
sent you the I know I sent you a Pachin as well.
Well, I'm looking at the nice labels with your 4-leaf on it and stuff.
Oh,
It's like,
thank you.
yes. So, but yeah, no, I kept them in the box in case there was, you didn't want me to not do something until you
Oh, you
saw
can-
it. So I just left everything the way
Oh,
it
you can
was,
see 'em, I don't care.
and I purposely set it on the floor with the rest of the floor whiskey.
That was a big ship day, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, oh, I remember, and I'm like, well, fudge. What did I send him again?
I try to take pictures of all the sample bottles next to the bottles, and still I've given people the wrong samples before. So
I do that now, only because I completely forget, and it was after that that I started doing that.
Yeah. It's just like I said, I really enjoy doing flights for people, particularly ones that say, well, boy, I just don't like this. I just don't like that. Well, tell me about your experience. And like I said, they jump into the water at the deepest end of the pool and get in over their head. Well, of course, you're not going to like it.
Mhm.
You know, like I said, that's at the point you're either going to absolutely love it right then and there, or you're going to hate it and you're going to like, I'll never touch it again. Well, don't say never, because you jumped the wrong way off the diving board and smacked your head.
That's what happened. I love the flight that I sent you, because a lot of people try peated whiskey. They were like, well, I had Connemara, I hated it. Well, no kidding, I don't like it either. Regular Connemara, it's like flat dirt. It's not, it was okay. You know, it was, when it came back, it brought all these different peated whiskeys back. There's a big resurgence. I mean, there's over 70, 80 different kinds now of bottles of peated Irish whiskey. So they're just better now.
Well, and that's the important thing, is that they're starting to realize it's there. But I'll tell you what's happening. The market on this side of the world for stuff like that is dropping. Go to Japan and go over into Europe that way. It's doing this. Even in the UK, where Scotch is more prominent, even there, the sales are dropping. But over in Japan and
Ireland,
the other Asian markets, it's going up like gangbusters.
Yeah. And does that have to do with the disposable income in that region?
I honestly don't know. My brother-in-law, he and I were chatting, and he has a warehouse in Edinburgh and has casks stored there that he ended up buying and put there. So he has people managing it for him, and also people tasting. Because I said, well, you've got some old stuff, but it could take a bad turn relatively quickly just because it's 19, 20, 25-year-old, or you're waiting to get to that old, does not mean it's going to make it. So you're going to need people to, I'm sorry, but go in there and taste your whiskey, because you're going to have these barrels or these vats that are being stored there, and the profiles and the flavor is just going to get too oaky, and it's not going to be worth a pot to piss in, other than blend it with something else and hopefully get that out. And so we talked about that, and he's like, oh no, I have people that are doing that. And, I've got, a group of us, and we go over every so often. Well, I'm not, he says, but other people that are in our company that we formed that are doing this, they take a trip there. And then maybe in 6 months or 8 months, I'll go there for, a week, visit and come back. But he goes, if they get certain casks from certain people, they know to call me, and I'll give them a decision right then and there if they're going to buy it or not. They don't have to wait. And so he says, I'm looking for certain things. They know the parameters I want. They know the age I want. And I said, oh, I didn't know this. I haven't sat and talked to him, I hate to say for a few years, but a few years. COVID derailed everything. And the last time I was home was in 19 back to Pittsburgh. And I only saw them briefly. And I think that was it. And we never really sat and chatted or anything like that. But anyhow, we really got into whiskey talk, and he told me about this. I'm like, oh, well, there's this, there's that. And I even told him, I said, well, you ought to look into some of the Irish whiskeys and some of the makers there. I dropped that in there. I says, they have stuff sitting that, once they make what they need, they might release stuff to brokers to sell. And I said, you might want to talk to them about Irish whiskey and look into that, because I said, oh my
I
gosh.
could give you a dozen places that do cask shares and cask purchases, and yeah.
Mhm.
Well, he has some type of broker or something there that's what they do. So the distilleries call them and say, hey, we have this or we have that. And so then he goes down his list and says, okay, I may have some buyers, and they work out something. And he was just describing to me even how he got into it. So
there's a lot of them here. You'll see these. People hit me up all the time with these independent brands that even I've never heard of, and I'm like, well, yeah, it's all sourced from. There's only so many distilleries in Ireland that actually are producing 3-year-old whiskey right now. So they're all being sourced, and they're just selling them off to basically doing what your friend is doing.
Yeah, well, and like he says that some of the casks they're excellent, but for some reason, it did not meet the profile they wanted. And so they made the choice to get rid of it. He has some that are sitting there right now. They're 19 and 20-year-old scotches. Yeah. I said, what? He says, yeah. He says, I've got some that are, 19s. I'm waiting to get to that 25 mark. And he says, and then that's what we talked about. We're going to go. I said, well, be very careful. And that's when I got into the conversation about you need to go back and taste that. And then how much are the Angels going to drink over the next few years until that thing goes, oh, yeah, we talked about that too. And they said 2%. And I says, yeah, but that's the tide's high, the moon is full, and the stars are in alignment. And, your temperatures are right, and blah, 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 blah. I go, he goes, oh, no. He says, trust me. He says, I've got some really good people on. I said, okay. I said, no, I believe you. I absolutely believe you, but okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, and the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society does that. They buy casks.
Oh, yeah. And I
That's
said,
my next pour, so.
Well,
and they'll bring their own casks too to be filled.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, they'll bring their own casks back.
Like they do finishing things, or like finishing bourbon barrels?
Oh, they will bring their own empty casks to the distillery to be filled.
Oh, I see.
They can have them filled and then take them back and age them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Old Pulteney.
I love Old Pulteney.
I have a sample.
Hey, Bill. Tobermory. I'm telling you what. Wow. This is a 22-year-old from them. And this is absolutely friggin' delicious. And it doesn't drink like it's 53 ABV. I mean, it's not 46, and you know it. But I'm just telling you, for what this thing is, I don't think I would have pegged it at that high. I probably would have pegged it. I would have pegged it north of 46, maybe 48, 49, because it's getting a little bit of that oakiness and that spice on the finish. But it is so just great sipper. Great sipper. I enjoy just literally just sipping small sips just to get the flavor out of this thing. It is amazing. Yeah, tell Stacy something she doesn't know about Irish being exciting. She'll tell you whatever you want to know.
I'm excited. I have an order waiting right now in Ireland. They're just waiting on Dingle to drop off the new Belleté in their next in their wheel series, the single pot still that just released.
Everything is overpriced there, James. And taxes, they got a coronation to pay for. And all joking aside, I did watch that, but I watched the abridged version for about 30 minutes rather than watch that. I think it was like 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to keep the cost down. But you know what? It is maybe, in some people's life, once in a lifetime. But, I only ever knew Queen Elizabeth until just now.
Yeah.
And then, we have now, King Charles. But, hey, cheers to them. God save the king. And hey, let's just hope that he does well. And I enjoyed watching it. Like I said, I watched the abridged version. So it was like, I figured I had to see it because the only person I ever knew was Queen Elizabeth. Oh, and
I've got to watch a replay because I sat up with Vic drinking tequila Friday night and slept right through it. So.
I slept right through it. But you know, the Queen Mum, and I think it was in the early 2000s when she passed. So they have longevity in the family. That's for darn sure.
Mhm.
You know, but I enjoyed it, and hey, what can I say?
I don't think
It's
Charles
one of
will
the-
last 70 years this time, though.
No,
he's hurting
I'm
already.
sorry.
He looks
I'm
a little
not.
rough.
I don't wish him any ill will or
Yeah.
the family or anything like that. But
Yeah.
no.
I'm
Not
sorry, but when I
74.
look at William and Harry, and I'm like, is there some kind of strange family tree? I don't really want to call it inbreeding, but
They
there's some
stopped that in the 1700s.
funny looking
So,
people. But yeah,
Have you had any Craigallachie?
yes.
I have had a glass of it, and I have got to get some, especially the
This
Craig
is my
Allachie
first
13.
one, and I really liked it.
Especially the 13.
Yeah, I'm really digging it.
I
It's a
had a,
14-year Oloroso finished Craigallachie. I mean, this one,
Nice.
granted, it's 62%, but
Andrew, did you get the Game of Thrones one? That Mortlatch 15?
I had a Douglas Lang, the old particular. It was our Craigallachie 10, and that was
I
like
will-
lemon custard. It was so good.
I love Douglas Lang. Oh, that was good.
You know what, Lilith? That's funny you should say that. There was a lot of talk about that, but I think he wanted to feel the weight of the crown because he's waited so long, you know, for it. And he literally was groomed every step of the way. But what
Well, and is that
Son
even an
isn't.
option? Can they just say, you know what, pass?
They can
Yes.
advocate, yeah.
Can they?
I just
Okay.
thought Elizabeth lived that long just out of spite
Mhm.
that Charles wouldn't become.
Yeah. There was that guy,
Mhm.
he was only a king for like a few months in the 30s because he
Oh,
wanted
every
America to marry an American. Yeah.
What? Katy Perry should have been the highlight. Her and Lionel Richie. Come on.
Yeah, Edward VIII, and when he abdicated to marry the divorcee.
Yeah.
Yep. From the United
Oh, yeah,
States.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
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 King, was it? His
It
name
was
was
Edward
David.
Edward III.
David something?
Sorry, Edward
Edward
VIII.
VIII.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
But
And then him and his wife went over and were hanging out with Hitler
oh
before
yeah,
the war, and it's
oh yeah, that got
probably
to
made
be
a
a
good
big,
decision.
got to be a big controversy. But
Yeah.
you know what? Every government has controversy.
Yep.
Yep.
Ain't that the truth?
They're having enough problems with Parliament over there right now.
Ooh,
Craig
they do
Allachie
Armagnac?
Armagnac is very good. I have not heard of that bourbon baller.
Really?
So is it like a 12-year or is it an NAS on that? Because I've
is
never
that like
heard of
a
it finished in Armagnac.
Is that like one of the Diageo distillery editions or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the first I've heard of it.
Okay, this is a second fill ex Oloroso hogshead. That's a
Okay.
14-year Craigallachie and a second fill ex Oloroso hogshead.
See, the thing about Oloroso is it's kind of vague on,
Yeah.
if it's the PX Sherry or something like that, there's definite standards. Oloroso is but does not mean it's bad. It might have
No,
some
this
great
is really
influence.
good.
It might have some great influence on the whiskey and impart some very good flavor.
Ben actually sent me when I went to Canada for work to Kensington Wine Market, and I found this there.
Does
That's
Canada
right,
have like
Will.
a wider selection of some of the harder to find things out there? Like that's a very broad question, but is Canada better for some of the scotches and the Irish whiskeys than the United States can get? Or
Alberta is.
Alberta? Okay, well that makes
Oh
sense.
yeah.
Alberta has everything. Alberta, it's like a free for all. I mean, you can. That's
Mhm.
I actually. That's where I was at, and I picked up. They had a 2 stacks Irish whiskey that was a maple syrup cast finish, and it's like a 10% or 30% peated. I'd have to look, but it was just released for the Alberta market, And I've gotten Irish whiskey releases from the Netherlands easier than I got that freaking bottle. I had to actually go to Alberta and just happened to be there for work. Is the only way I found it and was able to get it. But this shop in Calgary had just freaking everything.
That was Kensington?
Yeah, that was Kensington.
Yeah, because I watch Rob Whiskey in the Six from Toronto, and they always have Kensington on his show.
Great selection. Well, and this here's what blew me away. So I'm shopping these Scotch Malt Whiskey Society bottles and a couple other things. And she's like, well, you want to try it? So she just comes up with glasses and starts opening it and let me try it in the store. And then they also had one of the boutique Irish whiskey bottles. And I'm like, that would be good because I've heard.
Now we got New Zealand represented here.
It does.
Cheers, Faz.
So she actually let me try it. And yeah, hard pass on that one. It was like a 4th fill sherry cask from Bushmills. It was not good. It was.
The thing about that is there's nothing left. You filled it 4 times. Come on.
Yeah. And
you've wrung that cow dry.
It wasn't horrible. It wasn't bad or anything. But for $100, no.
Yeah. Yeah. You get to that point where, you know what? I need to try it before I'm going to spend $100 on that thing.
Yeah, but I'm all about a store that'll let you try the $200 bottle of scotch before you buy it. I think that is really cool. And they were so knowledgeable. And I came home with a
13-year Fidelity and Armagnac
membership.
I know. That's what I asked him. I says, is it an NAS or what? And he said he's got 2 of them in his store.
So good.
I'm sure they're not $99.99 either, are they?
You'd be surprised with Baller.
Yeah, but I would still grab one.
Baller is he runs the store and he runs a very good pricing policy.
Yes, he does.
His policy is don't screw the customer, and I think
he wants to sell.
Yeah,
he wants to sell it.
Yeah,
yeah, and he's not about bending you over the barrel. And
nope.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
No,
Baller. Come on.
$70, really?
What?
Holy shit!
That can't be right.
I need to drive now.
Craig the Craig Alecky Armagnac.
I need a sample.
Well, if I get one, I'll send one to you.
Okay.
Holy crap! I'm like, holy crap!
Do you do hand deliveries?
Well, literally hand delivery because I can drive to a store. So.
Well, yes, you can.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
can. Yeah, a little bit longer drive from Ohio.
Yeah,
we're from Wisconsin too. Yeah, that's
yeah, from Wisconsin as well.
Yeah. All right, let me write this down before I forget. Jeez Louise.
And my younger brother moved to Vegas. He's not in Washington State anymore.
So I was there for that purchase, Greg. So I know all about it. And thank you. I will accept that offer graciously. So I know exactly what it is. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That is an exceptional offer. That is for sure. Damn. Well, if you end up making a trip over there, Troy.
Well, my father-in-law is going on Tuesday, so 2 days from now. He's got to go pick up some stuff over in that area, so I will send him a list to go pick up. It's not far from where he's going.
I would Venmo you or PayPal you. So just let me know.
Yeah, I'll see what he can get. I'll see if I can convince my father-in-law to actually pick them up.
I would pay for a sample of that. Yes.
Oh, I just send you guys samples. That's not a problem.
Same here.
Yeah.
Anthony, remind me tomorrow because I'm not going to remember tonight, but I'll send you a sample of this one, this 14-year Craig Alecky, the Oloroso. And anybody who wants one, just hit me up in private chat.
Hey, Bourbon, it's a 13-year Craig Alecky finished in Armagnac.
That is crazy, crazy good deal.
Yeah.
Spelling it is not a good deal.
I'm sorry, but yeah, exactly.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, Gaelic is tough.
Yeah.
Oh, so you know what we're talking about, Fast. Okay, yeah. Well, Craig Alecky is good, and I've had just a standard, and I'm like, wow, this is a nice pour. I mean, it
Yeah.
has flavor. It has that sweetness. It has the maltiness I like. It has that sweet bread note on the nose. It's like, oh man, this is good. Good.
Oh, that sounds
Hey,
really good.
John. Cheers, man. How are you?
Hi, John.
Hope you're doing well. Thank you for
Hey,
popping
Bourbon,
in.
is this the one you're talking about?
Oh, look at that. Hold on. Let me highlight that
Ooh.
sucker.
Because Ben said he found a weird Highland Park today with speakers on it. Have you
There
ever
it
had
is.
this, Anthony?
No, I've never seen it until now.
It's an 18-year-old that's all first. It's first fill bourbon. There's no sherry in it.
So it's all bourbon cask, first fill,
Yep.
and then they aged it.
I'll pour a
They-
little bit. You're going to see the difference between normal sherry finish Highland Park. That's how pale that is.
Oh yeah,
That's all bourbon
definitely-
cask.
That's strictly a bourbon cask.
It's so much different from your regular sherry Highland Park, but it is really good.
Mhm.
This is from Bourbon Baller.
Wow.
Oh, guys.
Oh, he sent that just now.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me highlight you for a second.
Yeah, Bourbon said they're around where he is, the Armagnac.
Wow.
Yeah. So if my father-in-law doesn't get it on Tuesday, I'm getting it on Sunday. So
No big deal.
it will be in my arms, and the tag does say $69.99. So
Oh, damn,
Yeah.
bourbon baller. Thank you.
yeah,
Wow.
Yeah,
He treats
Bourbon,
us
you
well.
got this bottle. You will absolutely love it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. I've never seen it until just now, but
Yeah,
still,
I know,
it has a nice color to
I
it
probably have
for
actually.
18 years.
I mean, it's so much different than your normal Highland Park with the sherry cask involved in it. This being all bourbon at 18 years, it's so much different.
Did they stop making the is it a Magnus, the Highland Park Magnus? Thought that was the name
I
of
don't
it.
know. I think that was a limited one.
I'm not telling the soul fest, that's for sure.
I've got the newer 18 and I've got cast strength batch 1 for Highland Park.
My husband loved that one.
Oh,
I got him the 12,
Okay,
but
Ben.
he doesn't like it as much.
Yeah, this
Oh,
full
yeah,
volume is just an amazing bottle.
look at this. Guy's supposed to be working his butt off. He comes here. Well, let me raise my glass to the mash bill. Cheers, brother. Thank you very
Stanley.
much.
Hey, Stanley.
No,
Hey, Stanley.
I'm just telling you, this freaking scotch is amazing.
I can imagine a sober Mario at 22 years.
John, I'm so serious. I am just I'm floored, but two, pissed that would have been gone by now. But I've seen it on the shelves. It just wasn't flying off, but I never opened it. Now it's like shit.
Mhm.
Now that I know, I'm going to try to go back and find it. And yeah, I'm going to be screwed.
Yeah.
But you just don't know. So I'm definitely going to look. And I
Mhm.
bought it for maybe I know it wasn't over 100. It was over 100 with tax, but it was under $100 for a 22-year-old. And
For a
I'm like,
22-year-old? Yeah, that's a pretty good
Yeah.
deal.
I was fine with it when I bought it. And as a matter of fact, I think it was $89.99 because that's when I had picked up two Game of Thrones, and one of them was the Mortlack 15. So that's how long ago it was, because that's the one ASMR said that he got on my recommendation. That's what he was just saying in chat. And I went to Henderson to get them because it's the only place that had it. And they wanted
Mhm.
$179 for the same bottles down here. And I picked them up for $69.99 or $79.99 on the Mortlatch 15, the Game of Thrones.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I bought it there. And then the guy showed me this in their case. And I'm like, huh, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
53.8, Ben, on this one that I just had in my hand, the 22-year-old Tobermory. It's really, really good, Ben. I mean, it's damn. But so I did pick up another real good buy. I mean, the reviews are 50-50, but I know that they like a rye. Have you guys seen the 3-chord rye?
No, not yet.
I haven't seen that one.
I think I have somewhere.
So I don't know what musicians formed this company, but basically that's what it is.
That's Pat Benatar's husband.
Yes,
Neil
exactly.
Giraldo.
And it's distilled in Michigan by Steel. I think it's Steel Bending Spirits, but it's Kentucky and Indiana distillate, so MGP for sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
I only have a bourbon that's a single barrel.
so I picked this up because when I saw it, it was a little over $50. And I walked in the place that I normally go, and they had it on sale for $9.99 a bottle.
Huh?
Exactly.
Trying to blow it out.
Blow it out. And so I bought the last 2 they had because I know where I'm going, and the guys will love this. It's 95 proof, 47.5. Like 3-year-old juice. But I said, Indiana 3-year-old juice mixed with some Kentucky, it can't be that bad. And I like rye. And for $10,
Yeah, for $10 you can buy whatever you want.
Well, they only had 2 left, and I know this was over 50 the last time I had seen it. And I showed this one bottle to Hangin already, but I picked up a Wild Turkey 101 in the plastic bottle. It's a 750.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I'll turn it around because I kept the price on it because no one believes me. $9.99. They
And
were
it's still got a
loaded out.
paper label on it too.
Yes, it does. It's an older one. They couldn't sell them because
Yeah,
they're
I
in a
just
plastic
killed one on
bottle.
Livewire tonight, a 750.
Well, this is a 750, but it's in a plastic. But they said we couldn't sell it. I said, this is perfect to go in your backpack. I said, I don't hike anymore, but I said it won't break.
Yep.
And I said,
Yeah.
the plastic don't hurt the juice, particularly 101. And I go,
Yeah.
and after the first dram, you don't care. So
The new label, though, there's a big difference. It's much sweeter.
and people tell me that. I still have the
new
old label.
bottom label.
So
I
then-
had a 750, and it's
I
different.
found this still sitting on the shelf.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
There you
one.
go.
This is the 108
That is so good.
for
I stumbled across it. I really like it.
$46.99. I couldn't pass it up because it was $80 normally.
Yeah.
That's about what I paid for
it.
the one I
And they
paid
don't
for.
now. I forget who they changed the name.
Nelson Greenbrier now.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it. I think it's Nelson's Landing is what I was going to
And
say.
people
Yeah,
are saying
Nelson
that it's not very good.
Well,
Is it Nelson's Landing or is it Nelson Brothers? What
Nelson-
they
it's
change?
Nelson Brothers.
Nelson Brothers and Nelson Greenbrier. It's
Yeah.
but
Okay.
this is 108.3 proof, and I'm
That's
like,
such a shame. It was so good.
those were so good, such good bottles.
and so I picked that up too. I didn't get it for $9.99, like I said, but at $46.99 or $48.99 or something like that. And I knew what it was going for just a few months back, and I'm like, holy smokes, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, my hand just reached out and grabbed it, just like. And
Yeah,
I'm
the
like,
only $9.99 bottle I've ever bought was a JTS Brown 80 proof.
I
Yeah,
bought an
none of those are
$11.99 Benchmark 8 last weekend
a Benchmark 8.
for a tasting event. I
Yes.
already had a lot of
Yeah.
more pricey bottles, and I'm like, okay, my budget's kind of gone, and I'm like, all right, throw a freaking Benchmark 8 in there just as a cheap bottle.
Yeah, you need to find them, John, if you like those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still
Really
there.
good.
They're still there, but they're getting harder and harder to come by.
Yep.
And at $80, I wasn't that impressed with it at that price, even though people were telling me it's a good bottle. But if, like I said, 46 or 48.99, whatever it was, I said, now I'll buy it. I said, that's the price.
Yep.
Boom. And I picked it up. And so I'll be taking that with me. And there is another one, and I just can't remember. Oh, standard expressions. Nothing fancy, but I couldn't pass them up for $19 a piece. So the double rye from High West at $19, you can't go wrong. And of course, they're straight bourbon at $19 each. So I'm like, okay, for $20, I can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
So, I picked that up. Yeah, ASMR, that Hudson shit, you're going to have that a while. I was there when he bought that, but yeah, he knows the rack I got it. Oh, Cheech Ardolino. Cheers, buddy.
Hi, Cheech.
Thank you for popping in there.
John said he has a Bell Mead, and he said I think it was the Bell Mead. He said it's 70 in Ohio. Like, I haven't seen a Bell Mead in a long time.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one in a while, and so it was behind the regular one.
That's the last one I found was a regular one, and I bought it. Anyway.
I looked and I saw the reserve. And I'm like, what? And I pulled it back and I go, yeah, like I said, 46 or 48.99. I just don't remember, but it was right in there. And I go, oh. So I just held it in my hand and set it down on the counter because I always go there. And he rang it up and it was like $80. And I said, oh, no. It was over there, blah, 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 blah. And he said, oh, well, Night Crew screwed up. So I guess you're going to get it for the 40, whatever it was I paid for it. And I go, thank you. And I left and didn't look back because I know that was a buy. Dude, I hear you, man. I had to do a quick trip, 200 miles today, and I'm glad I did. Got to spend some time with some good people, and but that driving just gets to you. I don't care. I don't know what it is, but
yeah,
it wasn't a bad drive. I mean, but I forgot because it's relatively close, but it's still 100 miles away one way, and then to come back. Whew, but it's 75 miles an hour, so you're cruising on along.
Yeah, Bourbon Bar still has a Bell Mead at the store. I need to go try I haven't tried it in like probably 6 months.
John's telling me I need to shop at Cincinnati. He said there's still some around Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Columbus, it's gone. But
I'm gonna go grab mine just because why not? I'll be right back.
I'm gonna finish this scotch. What are you drinking, Anthony? You still drinking the same thing?
I'm still drinking that scotch, this one right here. And I have a half a mind to pour a little more of it. I mean, I only opened this up Saturday last week.
Wow.
And I'm halfway gone through it. And like I said, I gave out a couple of samples because I wanted other people to try it and then tell me what they think. And let me know what their experience is, because I appreciate other people's feedback. So, but this is, I'm sorry, but this has got everything I look for. It has that maltiness. It has that sweetness to it. It has the spice, 53 ABV. So it's going to have some spice. Non-chill filtered. So it's just oily and viscous and holy.
What's the ABV on it? It's a single cask, right?
53.8. Yep. Single cask.
Yeah.
Yep. Single cask. Unchill filtered. And like I said, I don't know if they added color, but I don't see any reason for them to add color to it. That sherry just gave it a beautiful, beautiful color.
Ben, I'm still drinking this 14-year Craig Alecky from Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. It's called The Early Bird Gets the Worm. And yeah, this one really, really good. And it's in the 60s, so I will not be having more of it tonight.
Well, you know what? For me, the sherry note is strong on it, but I could just nose this thing because of that sweet maltiness that it reminds me of a sweet bread. You know, I always tell people like banana bread, but forget the banana, that sweet smell.
Mhm.
I said, so I don't know what else to tell you. I said, but that's what it's like to me. And I go, oh my
I got like a Christmas fruit cake that's been like dripped in syrup.
See, my mother-in-law used to make a fruit cake that people would ask for, but if you had 2 slices with it, you were never going to drive home. Serious. It was dripping. And I don't like
Wow.
fruitcake, so I never touched it. But her brother, when he was alive, my mother-in-law would have to make him that fruitcake. That's all he wanted for a Christmas present. Just make me your fruitcake. And she would make him this fruitcake. And he just loved it. And I used to say to him, oh, your diabetes doesn't like it, does it? He goes, nope, not at all.
Man, that sounds good though. The only
There
dessert
we
I
go.
make with
Now I'm
alcohol, I
getting
burn it off.
I'm getting it here. Tobermory doesn't
there you
color their
go.
whiskey, so Indy would be responsible if it is colored. In fact, I don't think it is. I mean, I don't know if you can see this, but at 22
think
years
it's
old,
colored.
sitting in refilled sherry butts.
Mhm.
Yeah, no. I'm saying it's not colored, but being that it's not on the bottle, who knows? But anyway, I'm happy with it, and I'm not a purist. So if they did throw a little coloring in there, there are no shits given.
It's all about the smell and the flavor.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Stacy about that. I go,
Yeah.
one thing I like about Scotch is that malt smell, that sweetness that I get.
Yeah.
I mean, it's intoxicating to me. So is the booze if you drink enough of it, but this is, oh my gosh. I'm, and part of me is like, no, Anthony, yeah, I'm gonna pour one more, and then I'm gonna put the damn cork on that thing and put it in the back. Oh, you pulled it out? Okay.
Pull it out. Why not?
Well, you're more than halfway through that.
Well, I've had it for a year and a half, so
Oh, wow.
there's that. And if I know that Bourbon Baller still has it on his shelf, I might just finish this one off and go get another.
Aha. See, I've never experienced anything other than this one. So I don't know any more about it. You know what I'm saying? So you're enlightening me. So thank you for that. And I can relate to the Ardbeg 10 because I have it and I've poured it. And you said
I need to
it's
revisit
lighter.
that one. I didn't care for that.
Which
But I the Ardbeg 10. But I need
Really?
to revisit it. The one time
I
I
liked
tasted it, I got lemon lime and like chalkiness.
you need to shake the bottle up a little better.
Yeah.
Well, I had a pour a bit at a bar.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my first taste of Ardbeg was the committee released the Ardbeg Pirate. And that's what made me want to drag my tongue across the tile floor in the shop I was at to get rid of the taste. I didn't like it.
Yes. I also got a little 375 of 40 Creek, but I couldn't get more because I just squeaked in under the luggage weight.
Squeaked in yet. Have to carry some, but here, let me just take some of these out and put them in my pocket for the plane ride home.
I couldn't. And unfortunately, I went through Toronto on the way back, and you have to go through immigration and customs before you duty free, and it was all the American duty free, and it stunk. They didn't have anything good. They had an entire shop of the Gretzky whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know enough about that to know if it's any good or not.
I think John's phone died on him.
Is that what it was? I wondered.
Well, he tried to pop on, and then he popped off because he popped back up in the the back room, and then he disappeared. So his phone.
I was just going to say, Irish goodbye, champion, John. Well played.
Mm-hmm. So that's like when I came back from the Bahamas. It was in like 1990. I'm going to say 97 because I got married in 98. And so we'd already been back. But hey, Mark, cheers,
Hey,
man.
That guy.
What's happening?
Nothing. At ease, soldier. It's just us. Yeah. As you were.
Guys.
Pour them if you want.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Cheers to you.
Oh, well, I got
Ready
to
for
put
it.
a little more in my glass here, but I am
I
pouring
watched
this
the
scotch
mother
again.
of all silverfish scurrying
I'm
along
pouring
the
this scotch
baseboard
again,
in my
because-
basement.
I'm pouring myself a nice little pour of this scotch again. I'm putting the cap on it. I'm going to hermetically
You're gonna have
seal
to
it
hide that
somehow,
from
some
yourself.
way. But oh my gosh, is this thing fabulous?
Ting.
Jeez, is it good?
What's up, James? What's up, Ben? Stacy, Troy, Anthony.
Hello,
Good to see you
hello.
guys.
How are you doing, Mark?
I'm doing great. Just got done doing a review. Like I just recorded a whiskey quickie of the Bernheim barrel proof.
Oh,
the hell did you
speaking
get
of that,
Don't tell me a baller has it, because
No.
okay.
oh, he has it. Don't worry.
Marvin picked it up for me somewhere.
Oh, okay.
He has it. Don't worry.
I was thinking the other day, like Baller texted me and said he's got this Elisha Craig private barrel that's like 135 something proof.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like I just need to change my direct deposit to his store, so like
Yeah.
my paychecks go right to his store, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. I just have
There
like
you
Take
go.
all my money,
line of
Lee.
credit.
No.
He just tells you when you have enough money, come on up. I've got your box ready. I'll see you in
Exactly.
2 weeks.
I'm like that. I'm a major supporter of the Irish economy, just solely by my own.
So I somehow stumbled across this thing a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Oh wow.
Well, what's the big deal over it?
Apparently, it tastes like Blanton's.
What?
That's what I've heard. Same mash bill.
I think I did a review of this one like a week ago.
Did you?
But why is it allocated?
Because it's like a Blanton's. People are all over those little bottles. I had opportunity this morning to buy up to 6 Blantons, and I bought 0 Blantons because why would I? It's just people want them and I don't. And
I've got
Ooh, see that
1,
one, Mark.
2, 3, 4.
6 hour. That is a treat. I had some in a sample. I think I actually got it from Shane. Wow.
what we did do it. Oh,
that was
that's right.
that was a good little pour. I mean, it was a nice pour. I had a good 1.5 ounces, maybe 2 ounces, and you could sit back and really get into it. It was good. So good for you. Enjoy that damn thing.
Sorry,
Troy,
I have to-
Troy, I need to text you the letters I'm looking for because, like an idiot, I'm trying to get all the Blanton's letters. I only need 3 more.
Okay. Yeah, let
I
me
mean,
know.
I would
and
buy it
I'll-
if it was like
every time I see one,
$40, but
I'll
you can
check
get
the
it.
letter for you and I'll buy it if you need
Okay.
it.
Like an idiot.
I didn't see it when I was down there, Z-Man, but I wasn't looking for it because I already had it sitting there on my shelf. But everyone, when I walked into the store, they automatically just put it in my hand and said, "You need to leave with this because we don't have another bottle of it, and it's allocated." And I go, "So, what's good about it?" "Oh man, this is the hottest thing going." Blah 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 blah. And I go, "Well, the only thing hottest thing's going is going to be money out of my pocket."
Uh-huh.
And I go, "But I haven't touched it." But he's like, "Yeah, well, I can't tell you we're going to get another one." I said, "Yeah, I've heard that story many times." But anyway, but yeah, I got that damn thing. And maybe it's been more than a couple of weeks. I forget because I buy stuff and throw it on the shelf and then another stuff. And then it just keeps going to the back, to the back, to the back. And
Mhm.
Well, it was like $40, right?
$49. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. Somewhere in there. It was under $50 or $50. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
and for the price, it's not bad.
No.
It's pretty
Well,
good.
I've never had
Yeah.
I've never had Blanton's, and I turned Blanton's down at least 5 or 6 times at $69 a bottle.
Oh
I
yeah.
have to do a whiskey tasting next month, and it's 3 bourbons and 3 Irish. And I'm like, well, what are the whiskeys? And somebody's like, well, they said they were going to guarantee there was going to be a Blanton's there, and I'm like, okay.
Yep. Oh, that's right.
Oh, yay.
Man, it was on the live stream that I was drinking that Bowman.
Yeah.
And
I
at the end of the live stream, I put it next to H. Taylor's small batch
Yep.
and mediocre Blanton's, and it was on par with them.
Yeah.
To where having those 3 side by side, it was on par with them. It wasn't fantastic, but it was comparable to EH small batch and a mediocre Blanton's. I have a Blanton's bottle that's really good.
So if you have a Blanton's bottle, you can just pour the Bowman into it, and you can trick anybody.
I'll put ancient age in there.
Blanton straight from the floor.
Straight from the floor.
$300
Shout-
New
shout-
Zealand for a Blanton's. You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, my
Mark,
God.
have you had Cooper's Craft 100?
Oh yeah.
I picked up a bottle of that the other day.
I just bought my 3rd bottle.
I'm on my 3rd as well.
Yeah, I've killed 2 of them.
That's
And
good.
you know, it was like, what were they, like $30? And they're so good.
Same here.
Yeah.
They're so good for that price. Now, gotta warn you though, on base they don't have the 100 proof. They only have the 82 proof, and that is not worth it.
No.
Okay,
no.
I won't get that one then.
Yeah.
No, I
80
grabbed
proof.
100.
It was
Well,
just mediocre boring that I was
Let
like,
me say this. I don't like anything that's 80 proof. However, I have like 2 or 3 scotches that are 40 proof that for some reason they're way better sippers than an 80 proof bourbon.
Bushmill 16. 80 proof, drink it all day long.
Well, some of them just have way more flavor and even have some spice that I like. And it's like, this is what? What do you mean 80 proof? Can't be.
isn't
You know,
that
but-
isn't the Jameson double barrel 80?
Well,
Which one?
that's the problem. with
All
a
of
lot
the Jamesons.
Jamesons.
Well, the Jamesons are 80 proof up until. You mean the Black Barrel?
Yeah, the black barrel.
Oh, is that one 40 or 43?
Because I thought that one was pretty good for an 80 proof whiskey. That was pretty good.
I
know
do
what,
like
Derek?
that one. The travesty is that Jameson, their 18 year, has been 40%. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me! People are paying $200 for for 18-year-old whiskey. Well, they finally listened, and that's going to be
Hey.
if you see it, buy the green box because that's 46.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
Derek, it's always great to have your opinion in chat, brother.
Yeah.
Always. But I never underestimate Blanton's to be underwhelming. That's for sure. I never do. But
I just
hey,
don't understand
don't
why
forget
people are
smash
stepping
that
over
like
their
button.
grandmother to get it.
Well, as you guys are well aware, not all single barrels are created equal, and
No.
I have a Blanton's that is fantastic.
People tell me that they have it. They have a Blanton's Gold, or is it Gold, or
I haven't tried any of the other Blanton's variants.
it's up there. I'm trying to remember, but anyway, they said that one is absolutely phenomenal.
I heard there's some European.
And I said, I
editions
did
that's
say,
really
I
good
said,
too.
well, then I have to try some of these phenomenal Blantons, but I'm not
Right.
going to spend the money, even $69, to get a bottle.
Well, and the one that's
mediocre
called
whiskey.
the one that's called Straight from the Barrel, I heard was really good.
Yeah, I said, but the thing about that is I'm not going to spend that money for mediocre whiskey. I need to try it first, and if I go, holy shit, okay, yeah, I'll splurge and spend $60, $70 on a bottle of Blanton's just because.
Yeah, ASMR said that.
Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew, you said you can't find the second in. That's one on my list. Is that second in?
Yeah, both of my kids are convinced that they need to inherit a full set, and I got some to do.
Like,
Now
I deserve this, Dad.
that's a steal, Sig Sauer. At that price, you should have bought 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was a pick. Okay.
It was a pick. And
Yep.
that's what everyone tells me. The 1792 picks, they're
Oh, they're
single
great.
barrel picks. The majority of them are very good.
Oh yeah.
And so I have a foolproof pick that I got from Liquor Lineup, Andrew, on or not Liquor Lineup, Liquor World on Trop and 215.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
down the
that's
street from
interesting.
you. But
Yeah.
I haven't opened it, but I took that to Yuma. I was going to open it last weekend, but we just never got around to it.
No, that's interesting. I've got a pick that I haven't opened yet, but it's from Top Shelf.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one up by on Decatur?
Yeah. I guess they have a second store. I've never been to it.
They have an online store, I can tell you that, because I've actually the first bottle of the Lagavulin Guinness that I got for my husband, I ordered from that store.
Oh, Lilith has a few ends. Now, are they all the same? Because the posture of the horse will be different on one and the other.
Yeah. Well, the second end has the apostrophe on it too.
Oh, okay. Now, the
Like
beef
Lance
I have
Arnold.
with the 1792 single barrels, the beef I have is that
There
there's
it comes.
absolutely no information on the bottle. So if I went to the store, I have no way to tell if the single barrel that they have on the shelf is different from this one.
Yep. No
That
barrel
is
number,
true.
no age, no nothing.
Nothing.
You know.
Oh,
bottles
good,
that
6 hour,
basically-
because you know
Yeah.
you got at least at that price, you got to buy 2. And if worst case scenario is, you can always sell it for $50 and get your money back.
Oh, absolutely.
So the Russell single barrel, is there anything on that tells you what barrel?
If you get
Or is it
the
the same?
pick, the picks have a whole bunch of info on the back.
pick
But
have
if it's not a
This just
pick,
says
I don't.
single barrel.
So this is a pick. This is the one that Greg and Shane were talking about for a while. The Lizard by the Lake, or whatever the hell it is. But let me get it back in here. Here we go. And you can see the different information that's on there.
Yes, right.
So it tells you, so let me turn it around. It will tell you distillate, when it was dumped, bottled, and barrel number.
Right. Which I love having all that information. Just to kind
And
of nerd
the
out.
warehouse. Yep. The warehouse it came in, and
Right.
the
Yeah, it doesn't say
floor,
anything on it. It just
and the
says Russell
floor
single
that
barrel.
it was aged on. Yep.
So there's no info on that.
0.
Yeah, you would see it on the back directly.
Okay, so that's a
The
single
back
barrel
is black.
non-pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a single barrel non-pick, so it doesn't have anything. You know,
Yeah, that's what Ohio gets. Yeah.
last year I
That's
went
good,
to Buffalo.
but-
I went to Buffalo Trace last year, and I asked him. I was like, "How come on your Blanton's single barrels it tells me, all the information of the barrel and the dump date and all this stuff, but on the E.H. Taylor single barrel it doesn't tell me anything?" And the lady giving us the tour and stuff was like, "I have no idea."
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
6 hour Lizard by the Lake. Yeah, it is a good name, but that's really not the name of it. It's Liquor at the Lakes, Lake Thirsty Angels. And it's a pick from, North Carolina, believe it or not. And it helps to have low friends in high places that come out here and can drop these delicious little gems right off. So, so you may be aware of it.
Yeah, and liquor at the lakes sounds like a good time.
It usually is. But I tell you what, Shane talked about it. Greg McDonald talked about it and how phenomenal it was. And I ended up with one and I was like, holy shit. It was good. It still is. But it's one of those bottles where I stopped drinking it because it's like this scotch that I'm going to put away. But I told Andrew he'd get that, and then I'd give him a sample of this one I did a few weeks ago so he could try it, because I took this down too,
Oh.
the Japanese whiskey. And
Nice.
wow, this was so good. If there was any more here in Vegas, I'd have told Andrew, you need to get in the car and you need to get there and get it. But there's just no more in Vegas. But damn, for 40 or for $38, holy smokes, this son of a bugger was so good.
All right. Good night, Derek.
Oh, good night,
Night,
DP.
Derek.
Stay lit.
My Derek.
Stay
Cheers,
legendary.
man. Thank you for popping in. I know it's way past your bedtime, and when you're on daddy duty, you've got to go.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Family first, always.
That's right. That's right.
I would love to get into Japanese whiskey, but I can't afford 2 world whiskeys.
Well, you know what?
A cheap
I
habit.
wouldn't have bought it if I didn't get a taste. And then the person that put it in my hand
That would be the
told me-
difference. Yeah, that would be the
told
difference.
me you need to buy it. And when he told me the price after I tasted it, I said, you better find me 2. He said, well, he says, there's only 3 left in Vegas and you got to go to Summerlin. I said, you tell him to hold it, give him my rewards card number, whatever you got to do. I says, I'm leaving now. And so I went up there and bought my 2 bottles, and oh my gosh. You know, those are those things that I wish more people could take advantage of when I talk about it. But unfortunately, it's some stuff that we get out here they don't get over there where you are, you know, Stacy, on the East Coast side. It just doesn't happen. But there's things you get out there like Weller's, you fall over it. Here,
Gosh.
it's like hen's teeth. And when if you do get it here, you're spending $200, $300, $400, $500 on a bottle of Weller's Foolproof. Please,
Which-
No.
I'm not.
Well, we don't
No.
get now. Foolproof is still an allocated lottery bottle.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it's not
special
500 bucks.
reserve.
No.
No, special reserve we can get all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it sells out,
Yeah.
but they restock it all the time. It's like
What-
24,
what about
25
107?
bucks. Weller Antique,
Yeah.
they stock all the time on the
Yeah,
shelf, and it's 50.
See, that's
There
what
you
I
go.
thought. I got a family connection in Ohio now, and I keep telling them, you got to get out and get 2 bottles because I want one too.
Yeah,
What
if they
do you
just
do
go
with your life,
and
man?
you don't have to wait in line, honestly, to get Weller Antique. You just have to be there on delivery day. I mean,
Yeah.
within like, you know, an hour when the store opens, and just pop in and get it.
Yeah.
And Buffalo Trace. We're lousy with Buffalo Trace. It's delivered all the freaking time.
So are we.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can go to Costco in the morning at open and buy a pallet of 1 liter bottles.
Started on you guys with your Costco cheap liquor prices. We're out of stock of stuff that you guys have like discounted at Costco out there.
Yeah,
Yep.
but on
Yeah,
the other hand,
sometimes.
other places, I hear, oh yeah, my Costco had a pick. My Costco had all these allocated bottles. Yeah, my Costco has crap most of the time.
I've never seen a pick at Costco.
We didn't have
neither, but other
Red
people
Restless
do.
Stove for over a year, almost 2 years, and it was discounted out west at the Costco's, and like
Your drinking
planned
buddy talks
accordingly.
about-
Redbreast.
Yeah, your drinking buddy talks about picks at his Costco. It's mostly Four Roses picks.
Ohio does a lot of Four Roses picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, although I do want to point out you complain. Somebody was complaining about all the single barrels that have no useful information on the bottles.
Yeah.
Bottles with no useful information really kills me because that's my whole shtick.
Right.
I love this bottle, but there's frickin' nothing to read here.
Oh, the
Because there's
toasted?
nothing on the
Yeah.
back. Yeah.
Oh,
But I
that
love
toasted barrel is phenomenal.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've heard
it's
a lot of
super
people
good.
Give it little love. I love it. Although I need to do like a taste test of this versus 1910 versus the
Double oaked.
Woodford.
So,
Yeah, the
John,
Woodford Dio.
John, are you in Ohio too?
Yeah, he's in. I think you're in the Cincinnati area or southwestern Ohio. I'm in Columbus. I'm central.
Okay, he's not real far from you then. Okay.
No, like
Anyway.
90 minutes.
If you're going to go with a Japanese, if you can find a Nika from the barrel,
We do have
and they're
that.
generally no more than $100. I'm seeing them out here for 79 right now when they're here. That is an excellent one to start with. unless you can find one like I just showed you. If you can find those, get 2 of those.
Nika is
You'll be-
$69.99 in Ohio, from the barrel.
Oh,
The Nika.
Yeah, the Nika from the barrel.
Yep, I'd say it's 69
$69.
bucks, 79 bucks, somewhere in there.
That's a steal.
That is a good one to have. And they were actually a little lower a year ago by about $10, $15. But it's a good bottle if you can find it.
Yeah, John, I'm not willing to get up that early for the bourbon delivery day. I'm lazy. So I just wake up in the morning and get there at the store and wait in line and do all that.
Yeah, getting in line
Or,
is
or
it's an
Costco
issue
isn't allowed to
nowadays.
sell alcohol either.
You never know who's going to be behind you in line and just throw a fit for no reason.
Oh, I can't believe they would throw a fit.
Mark knows what I'm talking about. But
oh yeah.
That happened to you? Seriously?
yeah. Long story short, I was holding a place in line for Mark. Mark was a little behind me. I was going to hold his place in line. If he didn't show up in time, I was going to buy his whiskey. Not a big deal. We show up to Woodinville, and this guy behind us just throws a little bit of a fit about, like, hey, you should go to the back of the line because all these other people may miss out because you're going to buy the stuff that they may get. And I'm just
when there was more than enough for everybody in line twice over.
Yeah. Yeah. It was interesting. But we got in, we got out. We had a good time.
Yeah. And
That's
and
what
we
counts.
and we didn't escalate it. We let him voice his opinion and countered and said we're good where we're at. And and even after I offered to let him go ahead of me, he just kept his mouth shut.
Yeah.
So it was fine.
You just got to let some people talk sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Even though it's going in one ear and out the other for you, you just got to let them ramble on.
yeah, that's true.
But, you know, this event that they had at Liquor Lineup that Tater Dom went to, and I missed it last weekend, but I was in the drawing. Didn't do me any good, but you'll get people that will line up 2 days before just to get that spot to be able to get the first crack at picking up some of them allocated bottles that's there. Holy smokes.
What's up, Ken?
Got a real celebrity in here.
Hey, good to see you, Ken.
Look at
Long
this.
time no see.
Cheers, Ken. Cheers, brother. Yeah.
Good eye, Ken.
What's this he say? Been working. Oh, working and lurking.
Working and lurking.
Well,
Oh,
you're not
that's what
on
I do on
daddy
your
duty,
stream.
so. Because it's Monday for him. I had to think, what is today? Today's
Almost
Monday for
Tuesday
him.
for him.
Yeah, it's Monday for him. Hibiki Harmony.
Oh, Habiki Harmony.
I've had
That's
it, but
a
it's
good
been a
one.
while.
Yeah.
You're
Oh, I do enjoy
more
that
well
one,
versed in
yeah.
Japanese than me.
And James Morgan mentioned the Suntory Toki. That's good. It's cheap. It's fairly good. It's not going to knock your socks off, but for the price, it's definitely solid.
Yeah.
And somebody, Anthony, I don't know if you can highlight it, asked if you could get one available bottle of Japanese whiskey, what would it be?
I don't know.
Available.
I've had maybe 2 Japanese whiskeys my entire life. I have 0 in the cellar. So I don't know. That's a question I would ask. What would I get?
Right.
Yamazaki 12.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is the Yamazaki.
Like you
Oh, yeah. Yamazaki.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
which is mostly available. Oh, that's what Lil says too. I totally agree.
Yamazaki. Oh, they don't have it in Oregon. Surprise, surprise. Oh, wait.
not
Is that
Ohio either.
Suntory? Is it Suntory? The Suntory Yamazaki?
I think it is. I'm thinking.
So
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it is.
12
It is
year?
Centauri.
About $180 a bottle.
Yeah, that's gone down easily.
Well, if I'm going to have one in the cellar, might as well have a good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That Nika by the barrel you can get for $80 or less. Nika from the barrel. Sorry, by the barrel.
Yeah.
At a good price, I'd buy it by the barrel.
Got Yochi, Maya. Maya.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt
Miyagi-Yo.
yourself.
Ah. Oh, I have a Nika coffee malt.
That
And a-
Maya Geeko whatever is $100 in Ohio. They have that here too.
Yeah. About $100 here too.
Yeah.
Ah.
Hi, Simon.
Yeah.
I've had the Nika
What up,
coffee
Simon?
grain.
All right,
It's
I'm gonna
okay.
switch to some rye.
Yeah.
It just sounds good.
Holy smokes. I was like, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Oh my
God,
gosh.
What up? What up?
And I didn't even say his name 3 times. Wow. I'm honored that, Simon tunes in while he's driving. Woohoo. So I can actually say that I know Simon's alive. Yeah, look, everybody's like, oh my gosh, it's Simon. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
if you
pretty
start
good.
with that Nika, John, I don't think you'd be disappointed whatsoever in it. I haven't actually tried it, but people keep telling me, go buy it, go buy it, go buy it. And I never owned a Japanese whiskey until the one that I had on there. And I'm like, holy smokes.
I liked it. I thought it was really good.
I really like that. There's only like that much left in the bottle. It is just a very good sipper. Very good sipper.
I'm gonna have to put that in my notes. Nika from the barrel.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that sherry is just delicious in this scotch. Holy smokes. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. But anyway, sorry. But the more sips I have, the more I get that sweet flavor. I mean, the spice is what's coming through from the 53 ABV, but it's not overpowering by any means. And
Is it Oloroso or PX? I'm sorry. I didn't.
let me see. I think it's PX. Let me just get my eyes focused on here. Okay. Distilled and filled into sherry casks in 1994. This Alexander Murray Company's single malt from Tobermory Distillery has slowly matured. Slowly matured. Yeah, it's slowly matured over the past 22 years on the west coast of Scotland. This expression, the grainy and grassy character of Tobermory has developed wonderfully. Yeah, candied fruit aromas. And then it's warehoused close to the sea, which I really don't get a huge brine note at all, come to think about it, if any. So knowing what I do, I'm going to make sure I put that sucker aside because, oh my gosh.
Sounds yummy.
It
I get a
is
lot of,
yummy.
like
It
orange
is yummy.
chocolate
Like I
on
said,
too.
I'm halfway done with this bottle already since the weekend, and I've only given away 2 actual samples, and then the rest between my sister and I and my brother-in-law put a hurting on it.
Oh,
But that's what they're for.
60 hertz, you were exactly.
I've had a whiskey that I got a straight up brine note on, and it was a Mischief Storm Tossed Rye. Not this one. It was another one I tried and decided not to buy that one. But so Mischief is a distillery in Seattle, and what they'll do is they'll put some of their rye barrels on the ships of the guys that do the Deadliest Catch.
Shut
And so
up, really?
and so those barrels are out there in the sea for like freaking 2 years, making Jefferson shit look like child's play.
Well, yeah, they're getting a lot of contact with that barrel. That's for
Yeah. There was one of the variants that there was a distinct brine note, and I was like, I'm gonna pass on that one, but it was interesting, man. It was really interesting.
Well, yeah, because it's
like I don't know why it tastes
we've
like crab.
tossed like no other
Tastes like
business.
crap. Oh my
Crap.
God.
Well, the Deadliest Catch are crab fishermen.
Right.
Well, yeah,
But the
how many
one that
times
I
does
ended
the
up
boat
buying
race?
is really good, and I really like it.
Right, it's not just salt air. How many big waves come over the bow and get the barrel wet?
Right.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Well, and they said that they have there's multiple ship captains and stuff like that. And so some of them will put it in like really low in the ship and like centered, so it doesn't get as much sloshing around as the ones that put it more front forward or reared, you know. And so each batch comes out way different.
I don't think I've had a Jefferson's I liked.
Yeah.
There's
It's a
an
very
Irish
old
whiskey
bag.
distillery that does that. They've got, except it's like much smaller scale. So it's like a really tiny old fishing boat that they anchor like 4 miles off Clare Island. And they source their whiskey from Connacht and they have it in there and it's tossed around. And although because that boat is not considered a bonded whiskey warehouse, they can't call it Irish whiskey. It's called Spirit Drink.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Thank the government.
And Ben, yeah, the ships will come to port, but they don't take the barrels off until their whole like thing is done.
See, that would be really cool, except I would not want the one that you said was super briny.
Yeah, it was weird having like that brine note.
And I think it's just psychological knowing that it was on the Deadliest Catch boat. I would just think salty crab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree. I will be right back. Hold the fort down a minute. I'm
Okay.
coming. The dog is calling me.
No, gotcha. Do your thing.
Yeah, my
The dog.
here.
The freaking dog over there.
I'm going to pour my last one of the night, which is what we talked about earlier, the Ugadal.
The Ardbeg.
Oh, that's
Good old Ardbeg.
Yeah,
Nice.
this will probably be my last one. It's 2 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I can appreciate that. So let me get this here. All right.
it's
I said that
So
I
good.
wasn't going to pour any more of this, even though I poured it. Now I'm gonna open it and pour another more as my last one. I'm not changing.
You're like, I'll do one more. Do one more. Famous last words.
Yeah. But I'm putting this thing not like it's very far out of my reach, but getting it off of this table here in front of me, because I'm telling you, this is one of those that you can just keep sipping on, sipping on, and especially
Yeah.
talking like we're doing here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can put a hurting on it, and I think it's the 5th pour I've had today of it with this now. So, but I started at 6 o'clock watching Livewire.
Oh yeah.
So, you know,
I love Livewire.
I've been spacing it out,
Yeah.
but yeah, one more pour, Z-Man. Stick with us. But God, it's just, I'm telling you, it's so damn good.
Yeah, Ken, one more pour, then 4 hours later.
Look at this. Look at this.
Simon!
You're not
Holy
driving.
Pour that beer. Pour that beer.
Just got home about 5 minutes ago.
Nice.
And he's
Nice.
like, oh my God, I at least got to have a beer with them
Cheers.
before they sign off. I
Yeah.
got to have a beer.
All right.
Cheers. Cheers, Simon.
Yeah,
Very
cheers,
good of
you
you.
guys.
Come on.
No, it's been a while.
Hey, can we see the can? What is that?
You know how
I
it
did
goes,
pick-
Ken.
I did pick
You
this
know
up.
how it goes, Ken.
Yep.
The new
Oh my
Bourbon,
gosh,
Anthony.
did you get one? Hold on.
Yep. I was
Ooh,
surprised to
hold
see
on.
it.
That's the
Wow.
2023
Oh,
Oban.
damn.
Oh, it's a bunny.
No, Oban
Now-
is good. I like
Yeah.
Oban.
Simon, was
Yeah,
that
I'll
a
crack it. I'll crack it.
Was-
open.
was that a 10-year?
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Okay.
10.
I couldn't tell. I saw the
Yeah, yeah.
one, but I
I think
wasn't
we have a
sure.
sample of that one.
Yeah, it's definitely a
Yep.
10. Not sure.
Yep, I see it now.
Yeah, we have a
man.
sample. We have a sample of that one. I think it's this year. It might be.
How much for the bunny?
I think I paid in USD about 110, 120.
Yeah,
That's not
that's
bad.
about
Right
right.
on.
120 here
Yeah.
is what I think it is.
It's
Yep.
cast strengths as well, which is, I mean, you never find cast strengths Obans are rare, apart from
Yeah.
those last year's special release. It's the only
So
time
what's
I've
the
ever seen.
ABV on it, Simon?
That's the
What's
one
up,
I
Big
think
Big?
we have. We have the one from last year.
57.1, 114.
57?
Yeah, 114.2 proof.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
but now
dude.
this-
If I see that, I'm buying it. Oban
Oh,
is good.
definitely.
Oban is
Oh,
Yeah.
cheers, Vic. He's
Hey, Vic.
still hanging in there. Oh, it is fast.
Oh, yeah.
It is stupid expensive.
I saw that one
Stupid.
too, and I was like, yeah, fuck that.
Exactly. I mean, it is terrible.
Simon, let me know what you think of that. A friend of ours sent us a sample of it.
Yeah, I'll finish
we
this
haven't
beer
opened
and then I'll crack it open after this beer.
So this is, oh, sorry, Simon. I said I wasn't going to reach for it again, but I am because Simon's here.
That's that one
that's a
more.
good reason.
Just one more.
Just one more. That's what Ken
Yep.
said. Just one
Always
more
one
4
more.
hours later. So I opened this last weekend when my sister and brother-in-law came into town. They went to our parents down in Arizona. And so I drove down. And I've had this bottle for over a year. I just never had the occasion to want to open it. So it's an indie bottle, like in other words, from a bottle that you know, Alexander Murray and Company. And they picked a barrel from Tobermory Distillery. So it's a single malt Scotch whiskey, 22 years old,
Nice.
in oak casks. Well, sorry, that's not true. Matured in oak casks, yes, but refilled sherry butts and 53.8 ABV. And I opened this Saturday last week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So you
it's
hate it.
terrible. is
it's
what he said.
evaporating quickly. I don't understand it.
So how much of it did the drain get out of that bottle?
There's a hole
Well,
in the bottle.
I
It would
gave
help though.
I
Right?
gave 1, 2, 3, 4 pours away total. The rest I drank. And I had 5 tonight since 6 because I was watching Livewire. But oh my gosh. This is something that I'm serious. Me, you, Ken, anyone that's on this stream could sit here and we would kill this bottle in a night just passing it around. It's
22 years
It
old.
sounds
It's-
amazing.
it
So
is
does,
amazing.
107.6.
I mean, it is an amazing bottle, without a doubt. Amazing bottle that, like I said, for a group like this, to put that just on the table and say, let's just finish this bottle, it would
We'd
be
do
a
it.
great
We would do it.
experience. It would
Oh,
be
yeah.
a great experience and a great time. So when my sister and brother-in-law were in town, I knew my brother-in-law and my sister liked Scotch. So I had to bring it just because it was something different. I even brought my Glenmorangie 18 that I've had for a little bit, never opened, and opened that. And not to spill the beans if you've never had that, but apricot is what I was getting off of that when I was sipping that Glenmorangie 18. And it is a nice sipper. I think it's only 43 ABV.
Yeah, 43. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh. It is wonderful. I mean, it's not, I wish it was 46. I think that would really, really do it.
Yeah.
But the flavor on that, and especially to get that apricot note. And my brother-in-law picked it out because like, it's not peach. I just can't quite put my hand on it, but it's close. And he just said apricot. And I go,
Is it all bourbon cask or is it sherry finished as well?
no,
It's all bourbon, isn't it?
I
Is
think
it
it's all
softer?
bourbon. Hold on. It's right here.
Bourbon,
on.
that doesn't surprise me. I get apricot on a lot of the bourbon.
Yeah, yeah. You do.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Dried. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I had
bourbon
it a
finished
while
Irish,
ago.
that's what I get that note.
So here it is. And oh my God. So it's gold lettering on a brown box. So bear with me. Sorry.
Dude, I have a couple bottles like that. So I'm
Sorry
like,
for
you
asking.
guys chose the colors wrong because this shit's impossible to
I mean,
read.
it's a beautiful presentation. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. but it's like, okay, that it's like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If,
It's
if
not
any of you
fair.
guys have a Joseph Magnus, like this shit's impossible to read.
Exactly. That's how it is.
All
That's-
here is
that's-
gold
that's
lettering
how it
on a
is.
brown label.
Mhm.
And it's like, you can't read that. Not if you've been drinking.
Especially
So,
if you've been drinking.
Let me just
Yeah.
say this. It does not state, but no, I do not taste sherry in this at all. So I'm going to say it's it's been sitting in a bourbon barrel, ex-bourbon barrel for 18 years. But it's beautiful. It is beautiful. And
Yeah, I was
especially at
gonna-
$120.
Yeah,
That's
it's
good,
I
yeah.
was going to say it's gone up over here. It's gone up to probably equivalent of about 150 USD.
Yeah. But
Which is-
it's still a good drop at $120. Normally they're about $149, and I just saw this one
Okay.
for $169, and I said to my wife, we didn't pay near that. She goes, no. I said, yeah, I wouldn't have paid that for that because you get to a point where
Yeah, yeah,
I think it's good, but I don't think it's
yeah. It's not.
to
Yeah.
say $200 good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right.
And
Right.
and we've all talked about this. You see bottles, and you go, wow, it's good. And like the one Dixon Deadman made, the Phoenix,
The XO.
So,
yeah. You know what? I had it, and I go, wow, this is good. And they said, well, you're going to get a bottle? I said, it's not $200 good.
No.
I'm like that with Red Spot. I love Red Spot. It's my favorite spot. It's not worth $190, and that's what it is right now.
Yeah,
Blue
over
Spot,
here,
maybe.
over here, it's like 300 US.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
Blue Spot was
very
about
few
one.
bottles out there that are worth $200.
Oh, please put
Just
that
whip
in.
it out, Mark. Come on.
Yeah, whip it out. Go ahead.
No,
Show
no, they're. I'm just saying that I'm a cheap whiskey drinker. There's a lot of great bottles at $30, $40, $50, $70. There's only a very few amount of whiskeys that I will spend over $100 on.
And that's true. And that is
Yeah.
true, Mark. And I totally agree with you on that. And that's like I said, I thought it was good, but I don't think he hit his mark on that to get me to want to go and spend $200
Right.
on a bottle like that at all. It's just not. It's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, Ken. That Loch
Yeah.
Lomond, like you said, for 100, or the Glenmorangie 18 for 200, and you're talking Aussie dollars. Yeah, no. Or you already converted that to US? Because I'm like, yeah, that's a little pricey on the Glenmo, but I got you. But you're right.
Well, just a
You-
couple of years
Yeah,
ago,
I-
you could get that
That's the
for like 150 Australian, the 18, which is about 100 US.
Well, I just don't know how IDL can justify a Red Spot that's 15-year at 190, but Redbreast 15-year is 120.
Yeah.
I love the blue spot.
That's
I've never had the blue
135
spot.
now.
Yeah, I love the blue spot. I think
I don't
what is
think
it,
it's worth
100, 107 on the proof. I
Mhm.
think it's really good. Matter of fact, when I go to Yuma, I bring that bottle
Mhm.
specifically for my stepmom. I just bring
I
it. and
just
set
got
it
the
down.
batch 2 of that one.
She absolutely loves that bottle, and she laughs. She goes, "I cannot believe I like this." She goes, and not this time, but time before that when I was down, she brought the bottle by her chair and set it down. She goes, "Don't hate me." And I go, "Oh no, no, save yourself some steps." I go, "I drink it all. I don't care. Put a straw in there." I go, "I don't have to get up in the morning." I said, "Yeah, you do whatever you want. You can have it." So I bring it for her.
Mhm.
Here. My sister and brother-in-law didn't try it. I said, I had like a dozen bottles there. I said, "Go ahead." And he laughed. He goes, "Do you travel like this a lot?" I go,
Yeah.
"I bring about 6 bottles down when I come here, usually. But because you guys were here and you didn't call me to tell me what you were in the mood for, I just picked different scotches and a couple of bourbons. And so it turned out to be about a dozen. And then I brought down some glasses, but I forgot the Glen covers. I cannot believe I did that. I took them out. They were right where I left them, right here on this desk. And I forgot the Glen covers. But, I like to share whiskey like that.
Yeah.
I like
Mhm.
to do things like this and be able to have these experiences because I don't get to do that often. So when I had the chance, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to put this on for them so they can have it. Lore is pretty darn good. I will give you that.
Oh yeah.
Hot damn, Bobby is still up. What's up, man?
Oh,
Hi, Bobby.
Oh my gosh. I figured he'd be calling the hogs. Now,
So
red
I'll let
breast.
this open. I'll just open the oven. I'll let it sit for a few minutes just to
Yeah,
open up.
put a cap on it and let it sit. Put something over your Glen or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. Let that thing open up a bit.
In the meantime, I'll have some bottled in bond.
All right, Bobby. Cheers, man. 140. Oh,
I think it's 125 US in Ohio now. IDL increased their prices twice in the past year. Well, it's past like 18 months, 16 months. The spots seem to have got it the worst. I don't understand that either because they have Green Spot and we're control state. So we're supposed to have reasonable prices. Well, Green Spot's $75 now. And I'm like, why the heck would I buy Green Spot at $75 when I can get Powers John Slane at $69?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Explain that to them, Stacy. Say, excuse me. Do you know what you're referring to here? Yeah. Oh,
I actually
here
was
we
at an
go.
event and OHLQ was there and I got called over to the table to talk to him. I'm like, you realize we're not buying anything in the state right now. We've already bought it all. Suddenly there's like an influx of new whiskey coming in the state now. Has nothing to do with me. It was already on its way, but.
Oh, they have, Ken. They're ridiculous in price. A lot of the whiskey is ridiculous.
Especially
in
the
price.
27. The 27, I wouldn't buy that at $650.
How much?
$650.
I wanted to make sure that's what you said. Yeah, I'm not.
I can get a Redbreast single cask from Ireland delivered for less than that.
Oh wow. Wow.
And you could probably have the guy go to the barrel and say, "Do me a favor, just put it in a bottle right from the barrel and send it."
I like Redbreast. Redbreast is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
I tried the 12-year cast strength side by side with the 15-year. And I was like, man, I don't know which one I like better. They're just both good.
This is delicious.
The Les Sal, that is one of my favorite of the bunch.
Oh my god!
I've been dragging my feet on that one. I just didn't know if I wanted it.
Don't.
Oh, get it.
Don't
get it. Okay.
I did the
Yeah.
same thing as well.
This
and when
one,
I finally
they
did get it.
They
I was
need to
like,
make
yep.
this one a staple.
Hold on. Let me get you in here.
10-year-old.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I just know of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
This is an Irish exclusive that they had in Ireland for the Red Rust Club 2 years ago. It's old traditional single pot still, and it's cast strength.
Nice.
It
Holy
tastes like a cast
smoke.
strength stuff.
Look at this gruesome son of a gun that popped in here. Mr. C. Jackson. Cheers, brother. Yeah, it's been a while. Make sure you smash that like button too.
What's up, Jackson?
And pour something. Let us know what you're drinking.
Well,
All right, guys. I gotta go get
my.
my stuff. I gotta go get my stuff ready for work in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. It's 2:20 here, so I'm gonna head to bed.
Well, you do that. Simon and I are probably going to hang out for a minute or two or three
Yeah.
because he's got a nice pour there, and I've got one. And I know I said one more, but like Ken said, 4 hours later.
And 4 hours later. Yep. No, it was great having a few drinks with you guys. Love you.
Hey,
Talk to you guys.
hey, Mark.
Yeah, same. It was good to
Mark.
see all of you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah. Good to see you, man.
Hey, Mark.
Dude, I love the military stream.
Oh,
I
the
tell
veteran.
him,
Yeah,
the
the
veteran
veteran
stream.
stream is so awesome.
Absolutely. You got to keep that up, man.
Awesome.
You'll get more
Hey,
people. And
appreciate that.
yeah, I'll make sure I forward it or whatever, or put it out on Instagram or whatever you do. But I mean,
Awesome.
yep, liked it. I enjoyed sitting there listening to it, Ken on there and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's definitely worthwhile. Keep it
Yep.
up.
I'm trying to get more of the veteran community in, not like
Mhm.
whiskey, but like veterans out there that don't have people to drink with. The veterans that are out there that are drinking at home alone. I'm trying to reach out to them and get them in on it.
Yeah.
Hey, and tell them coffee is a perfectly acceptable drink.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it is. All right, man.
Especially if you got whiskey.
All right, guys.
See you guys.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Cheers,
Good
Mark.
night.
Yep.
Nope. Hey, Stacey.
Yep. I got to
Ooh,
go.
that
to
was
bed,
quick.
too.
I just realized, man, Stacy dropped off too. All right.
Wow. Yeah.
But anyway, hell, I forgot what we were all talking about before all this.
I think something about whiskey.
That we generally usually do talk about whiskey, so that's all right there. Oh, I was picking on C. Jackson. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and told him you got to smash that like button and tell us what he's got in his glass. But yep, there's Ken. Here. That's right. Yep, that's one thing. Is just it doesn't make a difference. It does not have to be alcohol in your glass. It could be a glass of water, a mug of coffee, a thing of iced tea. It doesn't make a difference. If you just want to chat with us, come on. Absolutely correct.
All right. I'm going to head off to bed too. I got to go read some log files in the morning and
Yes.
figure out what's broken, as always.
Yes. But hey, I appreciate you popping on, man,
Yeah.
and
Hey,
appreciate your
I'm so
input
happy
on
you
the
had a
wine.
great experience with wine. I mean,
Oh
'cause-
yeah. Like I said, when I saw you, it jogged my memory. I said, "Oh, there's the man who'd know." There's
Yeah.
the man that would know. But yeah, when I'm ready to make my venture or whatever, I'll make sure I call you or chat up with you and say, okay, I want to get a couple of bottles. What's
Yeah.
since you know more about it and what I had, yep. Then you
Yeah.
can say, yeah, go along this line or there, and because
I have a plan.
Well,
I
what I'm
always
saying,
have a plan.
but that's the kind of thing people
Yeah.
need. Don't just dive into it not knowing.
Yeah.
At least get somebody that knows
Oh,
that can
yeah.
tell you here. Because if you have too many bad experiences with it, you go, look, I just blew $200, $300, $400, $500, $800, whatever the case it was. And God, none of these were any good. I wasted my money. Well, it's good to have somebody like you or me. I could call my brother-in-law, but I'm just saying,
Yep.
to help you down that road, just like I do with people with whiskey, you can with wine
Yeah.
because of your palate, your experience, and of course your background in it. I know,
Yep. Exactly.
that's what makes the difference. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you for popping on. Look forward to seeing you again.
Cheers.
All right, man.
Cheers.
See you guys.
Thank
See
you.
Simon.
Yep.
See you, Andrew.
Hey, Dan. Cheers,
Cheers,
man.
Deathless Dan.
Always love it when Deathless Dog shows up in the house. How was that cigar you had there on the porch, brother? Well, you know what, Ken? I would say it wasn't me for a while there, but right now, I for the right wine, I might be able to drink more than 2 glasses. So
Yeah, I used to be a wine guy before whiskey, but then I just went on to whiskey.
exactly. But my brother-in-law kind of gave me a tasting. You weren't here when I was explaining it, but he explained to me how to appreciate it, how to enjoy it, how to experience it, just like we talk to people about the best way to experience this. In other words, especially from the first sip to the second sip to the third sip, from the initial shock to the acclimation to the, oh, now do you get this? Do you get that? So the experience that we have with whiskey is extremely the same that we have with wine. Holy smokes, Cohen, cheers, brother. I have not seen your ass in a long time. How are you?
Cheers, Colin.
Dude, I don't carry a Swiss Army knife anymore, but boom, here we go. This one right here is made by the Ontario Knife Company. Support my fellow Canadians right here. So there you go, Cohen. That's what I carry. Right there is a tool to cut seat belts. This tool right here on the end smashes. It's hard to see. Let me get my ugly face out of there, but it busts windows. So that's what it's for.
Nice.
So there you go. You ask and you shall receive here on Bourbon Neophyte, brother. But thank you for popping in, man. I really do appreciate you. And if you didn't, I don't know how long you've been here, but I've been sipping on this indie bottle from Alexander Murray and Company. It's from the Tobermory Distillery, 22-year-old, finished in refilled sherry butts at 53.8 ABV. And I opened it last Saturday. Yeah, you can tell I don't like it very much. That's for sure. And non-chill filtered. Really, really great bottle. Really great bottle. Got it from No, I did not get it from Total Swine. It's one of their picks that they didn't pick up during the pandemic. I picked it up from Lee's over here. But anyway, really a great bottle. Really great bottle.
Yeah. Mine really is Swiss.
Hey, JD, holy smokes. They're up in Lithuania. Man, oh, Dave. Man, we got them from all over the world here popping in here now. Man, oh, day. We are just rolling in it. That's for sure. Well, I'm glad to hear that cigar was good, Dan. There we go. I knew I seen it. Well, true. You're right. It is, but it is in New York. Forgot about that. But anyway, that's what it is. But this one they don't make anymore. So I have another one exactly like it. It's in a lighter color, and that's my everyday work carry. This one my wife picked me up, and she forgot to give it to me for Christmas one year. And so now I'm carrying it. And if I'm not carrying that, I have a Spyderco that I got for Christmas a few years ago. And this is the one I use when I have problems getting through those damn caps on some of these bottles and I can't cut the wrappings and stuff off. This is my bottle opener. So, cheers. America.
Was there like a made in China sticker on it when you got it, Anthony?
I sure hope not. Well, the blade is Italian.
Okay, nice.
And I wish I could find my Leatherman. I actually have a Leatherman. I don't know where it is. I could actually use it a lot at work. I just don't know what I did with it, because when I got it at the time, it just didn't go well with a suit, because I was wearing a suit every day at work. But that being said, I put it away. I'll be damned if I can find it in the last 6 years. So wherever I put it, I hit it well. And I don't know why I did that, but I did do it. So, oh well. You always need them, Ken.
Man, this bourbon is so
It could
different to
be.
last year's release.
No, Cohen, the blade is made in Italy, so it's sourced from other places. Loch Lomond 12, and can't believe how good this is for $20. So I don't know if you caught the stream 2 weeks ago, give or take. I'll show it to you. I picked this up. Cohen, it's a Japanese whiskey. It's a small distillery out of Japan. And it came in at, was it 46 ABV? I can't remember. 46, 43. Hold on. Let me pull it out here. And 43 ABV. That's what I was thinking. I said, but I couldn't remember. Not much left after a couple of weeks. But 37.99 at Total Swine, and I bought the last two here in Vegas. Wow. Fruit bomb, but maltiness, like in a malted scotch. So it was amazing. And so I had to get the last two bottles. So I'm so glad I was able to get that. But that's a good deal on that Loch Lomond, particularly a 12-year-old. So I don't know how you found that, but you always find some. Oh, K&L. Never mind. Never mind. I should know. I was just going to say you always find good deals at K&L, and there it was. That's where you got it. But wow, that is a good deal. And you know me, I always talk about that. It's so hard to find sometimes things at good prices that you can get at a reasonable and drink it regularly. So good for you. Good for you.
Anthony, that Nagahama, is that the 8?
What was that, Andrew? Sorry.
That Nagahama, is that the 8-year?
This is not. It's an NAS. There is an 8-year, and it's on the shelf, and that one is $65 or $75.
It's $79.99.
But do you know if it's real? Is it like a proper Japanese, or is it one like where they import the scotch? And
well, they import a lot, but they do have their own distillate at this particular one. They're small. They started out doing beer.
Okay.
And they branched into this. So I don't know much more. It is Nagahama. Nagahama Roman whiskey.
I'll see if they have it here.
Yeah. I don't know why this thing is. My camera's flopped, and I have it to flop it, but I'll have to check the settings. But anyway.
Yeah, they've got they've got it here as well. Yep. It's 150 Australian, so about 100 USD.
There you go, Simon. Have your sips. People are asking.
It's so different to last year's release. This is actually, like, for me, last year's release was different to, that normal Oban, the normal Oban aroma you get, but this is like the normal Oban you get, except it's just got, like it says, a lot more berries and dark plums with it. But yeah, this is, so far so good. It's got that traditional, like a really gingery note with the standard Oban releases. And this has it, this has it in spades, that ginger note. But then it's got that because it's finished in ex-sherry and Montilla seasoned casks. But yeah, really different to last year's release.
Well, yeah, $20 a bottle. You should have bought a case. Knowing you, you probably did.
I'll drink to that.
So you're getting a lot more out of that Loch Lomond 12 than you would the normal peated. Well, that's good.
Ooh, really spicy on the end.
Only $100 for you, Ken. That's not too darn bad, is it?
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's when I finally pulled the trigger. That's what I paid for it. The 18. I have never tried it. Was always there. It's just one of those bottles because it's always there. You take for granted and you just never pick it up. And then when I finally did,
You're like, why did I wait so long?
I mean, I'll admit when I first opened it, I wasn't too impressed. But now that I'm getting towards the end of the bottle, I actually really like it now.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes, as we all talk about, they need to open up a bit. And then once they open up, it could be a week, it could be 2, it could be a month, it could be 6. But when they get to that point where they open up and you take that sip and go, holy smokes, this is what I'm talking about now.
But
there we go.
But even for 140 Australian, for an 18-year-old in today's market, that is a bargain. I mean, you won't find any other 18-year-old for anywhere near that price.
Yeah. Well, hey, he just happened to walk in at the right time. There you go. There you go. James is saying it loud and proud. Oh, new packaging?
Yeah, it's still, definitely worth the 140. But I was surprised how peaty it was. Like when I was watching reviews on it, and I've had the 12-year-old and I barely got any peat of that. But when I opened that 18, it was just, the peat was massive.
Massive. Okay, Cohen. Yeah, that was a deal. Who gives a hoot about the old Christmas branch in there? It's what's in the bottle that counts. Yeah, that definitely was a good deal. All right. Cheers, man. Thanks for stopping in. Always appreciate you guys down there in New Zealand.
Cheers, 60 Hertz.
Cheers, man. Enjoy your dinner.
Yep. Cheers.
I hear birds, but Big Vic's not on.
Yeah, it's about 200, which is actually not a bad price. I mean, considering.
Tomatin 18 200.
So that's about USD, about 130, 135 USD.
I was gonna say I think it's about 1.5 here. So yeah, I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you. Oh, come on, Vic. I'm shocked. Really? So what have you been up to, Simon? I have not seen you in a dog's age.
No, I took a week last Thursday. I took a week off. I went down to my parents' farm and last 4 days from Thursday to Sunday. And now I'm back here. I'm off till this coming Thursday. So.
Well, it's nice. It's nice to go on a holiday for a little bit and get away.
Sometimes you just have to, yeah.
Did you take the kids with you? Or?
I don't have any kids.
I thought you had kids, or was it your sisters that are always?
Yeah, my sister has kids. Yes, no.
Okay. Well, I know you've talked
I
about
was
them.
going to say that sounded weird.
Like,
You take
you're like,
kids
wait a minute. I don't have any that
driving
I
my
know
big
of.
black van.
Yeah, I don't have any that I know of. Knock on wood. Yeah, none that I know of. Okay. Well, I know you talked about because I've heard them in the background once in a while, and something about riding.
that's
Do they
my
have
sister.
dirt bikes or something?
Yeah, they bring him over sometimes when my older sister,
Okay, because I heard you mention it, and so that's why I'm like, okay, that's why I said when the kids, because I know you talk about your sister and you talk about the kids, so I just figured you're talking about yours. All right,
No,
there you go.
no. It's definitely not me.
Oh,
I think you're.
he
being
says
fair
Ken
to
says
the
you have
chat.
sheep.
Yeah, that's right. Who needs kids when you have sheep?
That's right, exactly right.
Well, actually, it's next door neighbour has sheep, but still, they sometimes jump the fence.
Ugh. Kids, goats, whatever.
Oh, that's what you meant, Anthony. Okay.
Oh God. All right.
See me driving with like goats in the back of the car.
Simon is on. I'm gonna pour one more.
And
Damn
one
you,
more
Ken.
after that.
Damn you, Ken.
Yeah, the link's posted. Come on, someone else join us.
And I am gonna put this darn thing behind me. Damn. I gotta stop.
Just put it on the very top of the
That
shelf.
didn't work last
Well,
time.
I gotta find a replacement. If I don't find a replacement, I've got to slow down to have that at some other point in time.
Yeah, I've seen that they do that special edition for the Open series, and I think they do something with the yeast, like they use a wine yeast, I think, to distill it, something like that. Like when they're fermenting it instead of the normal yeast.
Damn you, Ken.
Cohen, I admire your restraint
Exactly.
for limiting two and not a case.
That's right. For Simon, because he actually came on. Yeah, have one more. We're not done yet, Z-Man. One more.
And then after that one more, there's the nightcap, so technically two more.
Okay. I can go with that.
I could live
And
with
then
that.
there's the nightcap after the nightcap after that.
You're
nightcap.
pushing it. 5 a.m. comes in about 5 hours for me right now.
Anthony, are you working the early shift now?
What's that?
I said, did you go to the early shift now?
Well, so being that you asked, I did get that job at the
Oh,
new
you did? Oh, wow.
high school. Yes, but so I will be a supervisor, but they didn't tell me if I'm going to be on days or the back shift.
Mm.
So it's the Northeast Career Technical Academy, and it's a magnet high school. So in there, they're actually going to teach trades like welding, carpentry,
Oh, good. Yeah.
engine repair, as in gasoline, and then diesel engines, and something else, and I'm missing it. But solar.
Oh yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be important for the
Yep.
future.
Okay. They're gonna
I
do
was
that
gonna
there
guess
too.
Plumbing, but
So yeah, it's really good. And yes, Ken, it is all your fault.
hey, Anthony,
But
where is the new
so
academy?
yeah, I interviewed Monday, and they called me Friday and offered me the job, and I'm like, holy smokes! I'm like, really?
So when do you finish your one you're currently on? Or have you
Well,
already
I'm
left
in
it?
the same. It's the same. Well, I'm in the same, basically the same company. So I work for the school district. So
Oh, okay, yeah,
it's
yeah.
an internal
Oh.
transfer. So
Oh, I
once
see.
they send me the email saying this is your transfer date, I finish at this school on this date, and then on this date I report to the other one. So basically, all they have to do is change my code from my building code is 400 to whatever this building code is in the computer, and I'm done. But they generally wait pay period. So you finish out the pay period there, you start the next one at the new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is that new academy?
Well, I don't know, Lil. I said one more, 2 more ago. So you just never know. He might get on. It might be a 10 minutes for him to have a after work little cheers with us, but you don't know. Cohen popped on and that really livened things up. So James is still here. Z-Man is here. Ken is here. I mean, Canadians are represented. Bourbon's here. I don't know if 6 Hours still in here, but he might be just still lurking around in here too. But who knows? But yeah, who knows?
We'll try keep him going in a little.
So the peat in that Loch Lomond, Cohen, it's not a heavy peat, if I remember correctly. It's, I don't want to call it a wisp of peat, but it is not. What's the word? It's not a strong peat, correct? Oh, yep. 6 Hours here. He jumped in. Big Vic's still here. I figured he didn't want to, put that fork down long enough to say anything, but okay, perfect. Yeah, we still got to show. Well, like I said, on the East Coast here, it's almost midnight, or East Coast, West Coast. On the East Coast, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's
God.
worth if you do see the new opener, it's worth getting, Anthony. If you like the other,
they're here. They're here. I talked about them a little. Well, it wasn't a few weeks ago. It might have been more than a month ago. But yeah, I talked about them. I was like, oh my gosh. Anyway, my wife keeps handing me the Lagavulin one, and they're one.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're 149, 159.
Yeah, that sounds what they hear about too. Something.
And I'm
Australian.
like, okay, Springbank Pete. I can understand that. I've got a Springbank 10 right over there, so totally understand. Thank you. That puts it in perspective for me. Huh. Now I got what Vic was laughing about when I saw James's post there. Because I saw this and I go, what's he laughing about? And I had to go back up and look. And then I looked at this. Yeah, that's right. That's for sure. So what were you sipping on, Andrew? Oh, you're still working on that? Yeah. That's a good bottle.
What is
Now-
a Game of Thrones?
15 Mortlats.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get that one. I missed out.
Where did you end up with buying yours from?
I got mine at the Lee's in
Yep.
Centennial
That's where I got mine.
for like half price.
Yep. They still got this. I don't know if they still got the sale going on right now, but I paid like 69 or 79 bucks for it. And they were asking twice that. They were
I
asking
was going to
twice
say
that.
that for Mortlog 15, that's a fucking good price for a 15-year-old.
Well,
Yeah, I wasn't gonna get it at the original 160, but at 80, that
Yeah.
seemed like a good pickup.
yeah, for the money, you cannot beat it. And it's a good drop. Now that
Oh,
you've
I
got
love
it
that.
down to the shoulder, I don't know when you picked it up, but it will open up a bit more and you will get a little more fruit
Oh, that's
out of
good.
it. At least I did. So I don't know how long it's been since you've had it.
It's been at least a half year, but it was like I would hear when I started the night. It's been a good night.
So how long have you had the bottle?
Like 6 months, but I only had like one drink out of it.
Yeah,
it was
you had the first
wasn't
pour, and that was that.
Yeah.
Well,
but now
where
it's
it's
below
at
the
now,
shoulder.
give yourself a nightcap out of it. Put the cap on it. Put it out of your reach, and don't touch it for about at least a week minimum, but go 2 weeks if you can.
Oh yeah.
And then you'll see the difference.
Oh,
You'll
good.
see the
That's
difference. I've had
exciting.
mine for over a year now, and I do thoroughly enjoy it. That's for sure. I don't regret buying it, particularly at that price. So
Yeah.
it will, like I said, you will notice a little bit of a difference on that in just a short amount of time, and let that go. And I can't remember the last time I picked up that bottle, but it's funny. I looked at it last week before I traveled down to Yuma. Now that Log 9 I do have. I paid a little more for that, Cohen. It wasn't bad. And I think it's the 8. I think there was an 8-year.
Yeah, there's Lagavulin 8.
And I have that. And if I hadn't gotten it for under $40, I wouldn't have touched it, because they're selling the 8 and the 16 out here at the time. I think it was $10 separated them in price. Please, hands down, I'll pay $10 more for the Lagavulin 16
Yeah.
and not think twice about it. Now Lagavulin 16 is like $89 a bottle.
You're lucky to get it for that. We're paying
Yeah.
about
It's like, well, I was paying 59, maybe 69. So $20 isn't bad, but it's like, man, they're starting to get ridiculous and everything. But
I mean, I knew it was going to come. It had it coming, Lagavulin 16, because when you think about it, an Isla peated whiskey that's 16 years old. Like, you look how much Ardbeg 19 is. That's like hundreds of dollars. So I always knew that Lagavulin 16 was going to jump up in price. With that age statement on it, with that a 16-year-old Isla.
But it's the quintessential Lagavulin.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Cohen? I don't think Mortlach 15 is sherried at all.
Is it?
Do you have your? It's not sherried, correct, Andrew?
It is not. Oh, and Vic is.
Yeah, I didn't
better
think
now.
it was.
No,
Really?
it just says it's finished in ex-bourbon casks. It doesn't even say what it doesn't even say what it was aged in. It just says finished in ex-bourbon casks. It doesn't say for how long.
Yeah,
And it
I
doesn't say
don't
what
think
it
it's
was-
sherry at all. I'd have to pull I'd
Yeah.
have to pull a bottle out, but it's not
Usually
sherry.
that's what
Doesn't
Mortlach
taste
is sherried.
I expected it to be when I bought it, but when I got it, I thought, that this doesn't taste like sherry whatsoever.
Okay.
But it doesn't say what it was aged in before it was finished in ex-bourbon casks. But it doesn't have the fruity character that I would expect. And it's when you can see the color, it's not pale, but it doesn't have the reddish tinge either.
No, it's not pale at all. It is not pale at all. That's for sure. I'm gonna have to look, Cohen. Hold on.
Yeah, the standard releases are all sherried.
Yeah, and I expected it would be when I bought it, but it doesn't taste it.
So here's the tube that it came in, and it is a single malt Scotch from the Game of Thrones collection, aged 15 years, finished in ex-bourbon casks. Mentions no sherry on this one. So I'm reading the back here in the little story.
Oh, don't do that. That's my shtick.
Yeah. I don't see. Yeah, it does not mention that it's touched sherry at all. Not this one.
No, you'd think if it had, they would
But why would they say
They would
finished in
claim it
ex
had.
bourbon?
yeah.
Well, that's weird because they're all
Is it a bit
aged in
weird?
bourbon. So what's it?
Exactly.
I don't understand that. Yeah.
Unless they did get the standard one, which is sherry, and then finished it in ex bourbon. But then you
That
would
could
taste
be, but it would usually be on there, but it doesn't say that
Mhm.
on this
Yeah,
particular bottle.
They'd claim
So-
credit for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say that. It just says finished. And you're right. That's a good point that it's finished in the bourbon barrel. So it's aged in ex-bourbon barrels. Is it?
It makes no
So-
sense. Why would you?
Yeah, it makes no sense. You're
Why
right.
would you?
Right.
That's just it.
You're absolutely right. But it doesn't mention that it's touched a sherry,
Yeah,
but
it says
hogshead, side.
finished in ex-bourbon casks.
Because traditionally malt like is sherried. That's why I'm just wondering if they just finished it in expert, but that's counterproductive. Though usually you
Yeah.
finish something in sherry, you don't finish it in expert.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, I was like, where are them birds? That's you.
Typical parrots.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say Big Fix is not even on screen. I don't know how we got. I don't know how we got the
No,
birds from his
holy smokes.
backyard.
Because there's an olive tree across the neighbour's thing, and they just love picking those olives. Those.
I don't even see the dead tree.
Oh, it does not, Cohen. It does not say no color added. It does not say that. So yes, I would assume that there's color in here without a doubt.
Oh yeah,
Unless it specifically
it's
states-
de-ager.
yeah.
So
Oh, there we go. That makes sense. Mortlock 15 is probably aged in huffed out sherry casks and finished in bourbon. So huffed out sherry casks, like the third and fourth fill from some of the Glenfarclas releases. But I still love Glenfarclas. You can finish in barrels like a first fill, or you might
But the
mature in second or
surprising-
third.
yeah, it can. Yeah, but I've never heard of them.
ABV is 46. Ben.
Yeah.
The only good thing with these Diageo special releases is, as far as I'm aware, they don't colour them at all.
Good point, Cohen.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say it's well. They never say it's color. They just fail to say that it's not colored. And
Yeah.
they
Yeah, if it's first fill, I could. I mean,
It
first
is
fill
solid.
seems
It is solid.
Yeah, I had the Mortlack from last year's special release, and that was all ex-bourbon, no sherry, and that was really good.
doesn't say that it's not colored.
Well, I will make sure I look for that, Cohen. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen an indie Mortlack.
Well, big company that the Alexander Murray Company that I got that I'm drinking now. You never know. They may buy it and bottle it. You have to look.
I might actually have a pour of it.
And I'm not that much of a purist that I care if there's color added or not. You know, they do it for consistency. So people look at it and go, "Oh, look how nice and dark it is," or whatever. You know, it's a marketing thing. Just my opinion.
Yeah, it is. I mean, when you think about it, like if there's a lot of people buying Scotch, like whiskey, aren't actual whiskey nerds. They're probably buying it for Father's Day or for someone at work or something. And then when they're looking at the shelf, they'll see the dark one and the light one, and they'll automatically assume the darker one is the more better one.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously they're going to lose sales. So I think that's probably why a lot of them do that.
And sometimes even as the distiller, you get surprised because I know at one point there was an issue with Talisker Dark Storm that the Dark Storm wasn't dark, it was pale, so they had to put the color in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Diageo has kind of become the, I don't know if Walmart.
But see, this is a non-colored Talisker. This is a special release.
Oh, you could tell.
Yeah, pale as all hell.
How nice and pale it is and clear.
Yeah, clearly there's no color added to that.
Yeah, you're right, Ken. I mean, like I said, to me, it doesn't make a difference. There's no reason other than it's a marketing thing to get them to sell more. And just like even Simon said, people that are looking will look at a bottle and go, look how light that is, but look how dark that is. Doesn't mean shit. We all know that.
Oh, good night, Matt Demon Hunter.
Oops, sorry, Z-Man. Yeah, well, taste always matters. If it doesn't taste good, we're certainly not going to drink it.
Boy, I have a few of those.
It's this one. 50s. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip out on this year's Talisker special release. I mean, they're marketing it as a lighter style of Talisker. It's like, come on, the reason why I like Talisker is that really rugged maritime thing it's got going on.
Well, definitely they're briny.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Talisker, Oban, yeah. You can taste that brine in there. Kilhoman, you can taste that brine in there. Even
that's what I love about it.
That Lagavulin Carchus, you can taste that brine that's in there. It's not off-putting, at least I don't feel so. You know, it's good, but
I love it.
Yeah, I don't want to say I don't notice it, but I it's not something that I'm worried about. You get to the point where you expect it on certain scotches from that particular distillery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame about the Klein Leash. That was the only one I was looking forward to. I was like, I really want to try a cask strength Klein Leash. And then when I heard that they were releasing it, I was really happy. And then I saw the price. It's like, yeah, fuck that.
Night, Ben.
Yeah, cheers, Ben. I mean, $350 for a Klein Leash. No, thank you. Yeah, the 21 Talisker, that's probably my favorite Talisker of the special releases so far. The one I'm sipping on at the moment is actually the 2020 rum cask, which is actually not too bad. A lot of people really shat on it, but I like it.
Oh, it is, Cohen? Okay. Well, there's still last year's Carchus on the shelf, and it's going for, I don't know, $89, $99, somewhere in there. It never went over 100, but I know it's floating in there, and I think it's good.
You guys are so lucky you get them. I think they're only American, if I'm right, because I've never seen them anywhere else. Carchus.
I don't know. Sorry, I just haven't researched it. But yeah, I know I haven't. I like it. And now that we're talking about it, I'm like, damn, when was the last time I touched it? Because I'm trying to go back to bottles I haven't touched in a while. And one of the things I've been going through are my Bardstown Discovery series and Fusion series. So from, Discovery 1 to Fusion 1 and going back through some of the ones that I have. And it's been good because it's like, wow, I forgot how good that was. Or, wow, yeah, it's good, but I don't think time has done it well. That's just how it goes. Sometimes it works well. Other times it's like, it's all right, but
I'd really like to try the standard 10-year-old cask strengths of the Lefroy.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those.
I have, but what they want for it is like, yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, like, yep, no, I want it, but not bad enough to spend $200 or $300 on a bottle.
Yeah, it was. $280 Australian. So American, that's probably about 210 USD.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be buying it.
With that, I might as well then just get a Octomore.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely get an Octomore.
All I want is Springbank in general. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, over here, Springbank has just literally doesn't exist. I mean, even if I want to pay secondary, I can't buy it for secondary.
Excuse me. I could feel it coming on. All right. Cartridge was released in April or May. Yeah, it's definitely not here yet. And then Lore hasn't been out, but the Lore from last year, they want $180 a bottle. They can keep it.
I'm lucky I can still get Lore for I saw it for 180 Australian, so that's about 120 USD.
Mm-hmm.
Gesundheit. But yeah, I reckon that's worth picking up if you see it again, depending what you're going to pay for it, Anson.
Well, you got the Talisker in there now, right?
But like just thinking of the Oban, it's just
Mm-hmm. And that's, hey, I like my Oban. I've got the Tale of Twin Foxes from last year, and that is really, really good. And then, of course, I've got the Talisker Storm, and I've got one other Talisker, and I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head. But, of course, the Oban Little Bay. And then
the 14.
I don't remember if it's a 14 or not. Probably
it would be because that's a standard. That's their standard.
Yeah,
release.
That's what I'm saying. Is I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, if you like them ones, the standard ones, the 14 and Little Bay, you really like this 2022 release.
Yeah, I'm sure we were hoping they release a lot more cast strengths, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, Twin Foxes is. That was killer.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see on that.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't that a normal thing to go about 2 years and then do a release? I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, the Talisker Port Roux. That's the port finished one. That one's good too.
Okay, let's see here. Here we go. Got that one. Let's go to that one. Hey, if you get it for $50, that's even better.
Yeah, I wish I had a Springbank to last me. I'll have to.
Springbank, I think, is really good. And now I'm like, when was the last time I've had some Springbank? Yeah, I don't know. That's how long it's been. When I say I don't know, it could have been a month. It could be in 3 months. But yeah, I don't know.
But luckily, though, we do get a lot of what do you call it? Glen Scotia here.
Well, I
Which
just
is
Nice.
close enough. I mean,
I finally found a Glenmorangie Quinta Reuben
oh, nice.
14-year.
Yeah, I haven't had
And
that for ages.
You know, when it hits the shelves here, it's flying off. It's flying
Really?
off. I
I
just
over
happened.
here it sits on the shelves all the time.
I just happened to be at another place a couple of weeks ago, and it was there, and it was like $60, $65 right in between there, and I was like, whoosh, picked it up because I don't know when I'm going to find it again. It's hard, but I haven't cracked it, but now I got it. It's sitting there. I just have to get around to it.
Ooh.
That's always the problem.
Oh, you'll enjoy it. What I remember of it, it's really good.
It's good. I already know that, but it's just I haven't opened it and I didn't take it down south with me, and I may take it north and leave it in the trailer.
Yeah, it's definitely one worth.
Where in the heck is it now? Oh, I know where it is. It's out in the other room. I was like, why isn't it in here? Well, I was cleaning up some of my floor whiskey and I needed more space. So I took stuff out of here and started working on different stuff on the floor. And I'm like, okay, now this has to go and that has to go. So I got to get them in the mail and mail them out. Well, yeah, because I got a shirt I got to mail out. I got a couple of mugs I got to mail out. So yeah, busy. But it's just getting the stuff together and getting it out. And then because when I come in here and I get different packages, I set them out on the floor in an order so that I can take care of them and then record it in my thing. So if I have to do a stream with somebody, if I'm doing a blind flight or whatever the case may be, you know, I have the stuff there and I make the notes and I just drop it in the box that it came in. So that way I can keep track of it. But that being said, today I was in here because holy smokes, I couldn't stand it anymore. There was so much stuff there. Yeah, don't have to twist my arm.
Yeah.
Going, but yeah. At $49, yeah.
Oh, that's a steal.
Buy it without a doubt. The 14 especially at that particular price.
I think it's the best of the standard Glenmorangie range, the 14.
Yeah. Well, I told somebody to go and buy the Glenmorangie 10. I said,
Even that's good. I like that one.
well, if you like that, going forward, you will like the majority of them because that's their profile. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what comes out of the barrel. That's what they got known for. And then if you want a different finish or whatever, then that's on you. But the profile's the profile, and that's what they make their whiskey to be like. What are you doing? Sorry, the dog's here. What are you doing? What?
You heard you say Springbank.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig it out.
I've got plenty of whiskey, but I'm out of water. I'm gonna go get some. I'll be right back.
Well, sometimes you got to get some.
But yeah, I did the same. I was cleaning up 2 weeks ago my cupboards full of whiskey, and it's surprising what you find which you never realized you had. My whole goal for this year was to finish off all the stuff that's been open for a couple of years, and I thought I was doing a good job of it. And then when I went to clean out the thing, I just found a shit ton of stuff that I never even realized I had.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go. There you go, Cohen.
Yeah,
It is.
10,
If you like,
mm-hmm.
if you like it, then there you go. Hey, Isaiah, good night, man. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you, brother. See you next week. Well, Cohen, what I just got a few different things in, and one was this. It is Samuel Garth Squadron Leader for the pipe. I just got that. Plus, not that. This is by Cornell and Deal. It's called Bankside. Just pick that up. And a couple of 50 gram tins of Crumble Flake Rustica, which is a limited release. And I haven't cracked these yet, but I will do it eventually. I just am not there yet, but I've got to get on that because people are asking me my thoughts on this stuff. And it's tough because the other series I'm doing with Spirits and Leaf, people are asking me about some of these different pipe blends. And I'm like, well, I don't know yet. So I don't have a cache of these to go through like I do this stuff behind me. So I've got to work on that. And then I'm working on this one. See if it'll focus. Yep. So by GLPs, and then today I was working on a little bit of The Beast by Cornell and Deal, which is a 51% Perique, and so it's supposed to be pretty strong. I didn't find that. That's for sure. Didn't find it like that. in a box with holes in it. The Glenmorangie 10 with a box. I don't think I've seen that, Cohen. I don't think I've seen that.
Come on.
Now, I have one from Ardbeg, the Enoa, or Eno.
And
It has holes in the box. But
is it the smoker one or?
yes.
That's the one, yeah.
Yep, I have the smoker one. Oh yeah, I'm sure that is extremely possible. Extremely possible. Hmm. But, whew. All right. Well, I may have to literally, when I say I'm going to do one more pour, I may have to pull that spring bank out because Cohen's got me thinking.
You do that, Anthony.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just having a beer because all this car strength I've had this early in the afternoon. Need to give you.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little nap before dinner.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to Uber my dinner tonight. Not driving.
Yeah. Yeah. Order something and say, yep, send it here. Uh-oh. There he is. There he is.
Oh, geez.
There's a working man right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I can
guys.
tell he's working hard. He's leaned back in his chair.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What's up,
It's an
JD? How are
easy
you?
day. It's good. It's an easy day. I'm just waiting for my alcohol to come in. I think it's going to be delivered hopefully today from Germany.
Oh, nice.
From Germany?
Yeah.
And
it's
pray
just neat.
tell, what are you getting?
The GS Festival 2023 and the new GS Double Cast Rum Finish, the new one. So I got those coming.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all new releases this year. So, and then I talked to Ken. I'll see if I can get one for him, a bottle of the GS 2023 because it's the white port finish. And then Greg McDonald.
That's the one that's only available over there where you are, correct?
For right now, but Greg, he found one in the UK that's going to ship to him. So we're going to do the same thing we did last time for last year. It was a festival release, the 2022. So we're going to pop it on Ken Stream 2023 whenever I can get another bottle. And it's about $70-ish, $75, give or take. So
That's not bad.
well, yeah. I think in the US probably be like 120 or something with shipping.
At least. Yeah.
At least. But the problem is it's 11-year white port finish, so it's lower age, but it's new. What's up, Z-Man?
Yeah, I did actually see today when I was buying, I think, a indie Glenrothes. I wonder if they're worth getting, the indie versions of Glenrothes.
I've only had one or two of those, but the sherry finish ones, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was sherry finished. I mean,
Oh,
the
on my
standard
spring
ones, I'm like just okay with them, but I'm just thinking usually indie stuff is better than what you get from the.
Well, but Lady of the Glen is hard to get because it's only regional. And there's only a few countries. There you go, nice Springbank 10. That's the older bottle too.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is the older one. I got this from Tennessee.
Oh, nice. Well, I did see online from the same shop. They do have a 10-year-old, but it's $65. So I might pick up a Springbank 10. So,
And this is me pulling this one out. That's
Yep.
Cohen's fault because he put it in my head. But this will be my last pour. I mean it.
Okay.
I know I said
Plus
that
you-
3 times now.
Plus your nightcap. Your last pour plus your nightcap.
Yeah, well, this is the last pour and the nightcap.
Make it a generous pour.
Oh,
Yeah, I should get some of those Lady Glens. They're pretty expensive over here. I mean, they're almost
Really?
$100 for everything. Yeah, almost like $100 for everything.
It's like every time I go to the store, there's never anything under $5.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
When you go to
not
the
even
market.
not even Bud Light. You can't get that for $5 anymore because they can't sell it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they
Yeah,
give it to you for free apparently now.
I stopped drinking Bud Light over 30 years ago when I realized there's real beer out there.
You know, that is the only beer where I
Oh,
prefer
my.
the light version to the full body version because it has less of that horrible Budweiser taste. But,
The peat on this is heavenly.
Oh, I bet. I did hear a guy that say, you know what? Bud Light is just water that identifies as beer anyway.
It's true.
Just like Coors Light. So this is for Cohen. Since he put that bug in my head, boom, I poured some Springbank.
And it seems like it always gets better too. It always gets better, especially that bottle.
Oh, this is too bad there wasn't another one behind it, or I would have had Marty pick me up one.
You know what? I've actually never actually had a Springbank. I've had Kilkerran, I've had Longroy, but
Oh,
never
come
had a Springbank.
on.
It does not exist here. I've got a better chance of finding Kilkerran and Longroy than Springbank.
And what about Hazelburn? Hazelburn's good. You can find a Hazelburn. That's pretty damn good stuff
No,
too.
well, we can't find any of them. Like, it's just literally, even if I want to pay secondary, like there were some online retails selling like the 10-year-old Springbank was like $250, and I said, you know what, just so I can try it, I'll buy it. Sold out.
Yeah, in Poland right now the stores are jacked up all that Campbelltown products. Even the Victoriana is $130 now there.
Yeah,
It used to be like $60.
Yeah. I remember when they had it on sale for $75 here in Australia, and that's Australian dollars.
But the Germans
I'm just doing the best I can, Z-Man.
Yeah. So the Victoriana in Germany is only $70, but the Victoriana in Poland is $120. So makes no sense.
Now that's a true statement.
Nice.
Now see, the maltiness, the sweetness, and that peat are so nice on the nose on this Springbank.
Yeah, I have to stick with Glen Scotia. I'm never going to get any other Campbelltowns other than Glen Scotia.
I'll take that any day of the week. You know that. I don't deny those.
Yeah. The 15 is really still readily available around here.
Yeah, they dropped the price here. It was like 92 euros, and then I went there and complained, and they dropped it down to 65 euros. So now
That's about what we pay. Euros is. That's almost double Australian. So yeah, here it's about 130. So yeah, it'd be about 65 euros here.
Yeah, well, which is okay. Which is okay price. I don't mind paying that.
Oh, 15-year-old Campbelltown? Fucking hell, that is a good price.
Well, they used to be 43-year all day long.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he
But
used to get them
I
regularly
bought 'em.
on sale for 40. Yeah, 40 euros.
You know me, I was drinking them all the time over here. I mean, I drank probably 3 or 4 of them. For 43, they're worth every penny.
Oh, even more than that. I mean, that's a steal, 43.
And then, Anthony, did you see that the Mash and Drum just did a review on the 15GS?
Yeah, I watched that one.
Yes, I did. I didn't watch it yet, but yes, I did.
He just made us all price go up. That's all I say.
Yeah.
He just screwed us. I mean, it's okay, but he screwed us. I think
it is such a good bottle, though, especially since it's so readily available in this area anyway. And 15-year-old Campbelltown, ex-bourbon, so it's just, that's my jam. It's perfect.
Well, here, the last bottle I bought was a 2017 bottling. Because I looked on the bottle, and I'm like, oh, this is one of the older bottles. And I looked on it, and I was, yep, 2017. So I grabbed 2 of those. He's got 1 more left, and it's 67 euros. So.
Oh,
So, and then they have the new one, the new label, which I don't like, but that's the one they just dropped the price down to 65. So I want to get one to see it, but I don't expect anything special about it. I heard bad stories about it. So
gosh, this smells so malty and good.
I bet it does, Anthony.
It just does. I love that smell. I love it. Oh,
Campbelltown Funk.
I wonder, instead of what the mash and drum did, does the reverse work? Could you get somebody to generate a bad review who has a lot of viewership so that the price of what you want to buy goes down?
Well, that's what they should be doing.
that's
but
what I
that
would
doesn't
do.
happen.
Yeah.
I'd do that, yeah.
Yeah, talk smack about it. The price goes down. Nobody will buy it, and then they have to discount it.
I mean, Ralphie should just talk shit about Springbank and just shit all over it, and then maybe we can find some down here.
Well, that's why they're so cheap over here.
Oh, it's, oh goodness, this is just crap. Send it to all the Australians.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that how you get your whiskey now?
They'll take it.
Maybe the Australians will drink it.
Next thing you know, they're like giving out free bottles all around Australia.
Well,
Yeah.
I think an experiment is in order.
Yeah. Do you have the Campbelltown CV over there? The Campbelltown CV?
CV.
VC, whatever it's called.
Holy
I don't know.
smokes.
What do you
Look
mean?
at this. Look
mean
at
the
this.
Camel
who
Down
popped
lock?
in. Old man
Oh.
Joe.
Cheers, old man Joe.
Nice.
He must
Cheers,
he
old
must
Joe.
had to get up to pee.
It's the age bracket where he's got a small,
Yeah,
kidney.
that's right. That's right. Cheers, Joe. Thanks for popping in, man.
I don't know where old man Joe is, but best case, it's 12:30 there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where is Old Man Joe? California.
We're on the same time.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so he's passing through Heathrow. What a nice, shitty airport.
Mm-hmm.
Heathrow.
Oh,
That's
so
in,
it's
England.
what? It's morning for him. What is it? 8:30,
Yeah, it's like-
9 a.m.
I think it's like 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. there or something like that.
Yeah.
That's James. He knows. 7
Yeah.
or 8
Perfect
a.m.
time for a drink, Old Man Joe.
It's about 8 hours
Honestly.
ahead of us.
Oh,
I
okay.
was thinking it was 8 hours, 7 during daylight savings time, but
Mm-hmm.
Because here in Lithuania, it's 10:32 a.m. So
10:32.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Well-
almost drinking time for you.
Nah, I'm only drinking once a week, like every Saturday. I've stopped drinking on the weekdays now.
oh, okay. You said once a week. I was thinking if I had to do that, I would have to just keep it going for 5 or 6 days straight. That's not your plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's only once a week if you don't
Yeah.
stop the whole week.
Yeah, actually, we do see that one here. They were selling it over here from an online store. You didn't have to do the whole duty-free thing. You can just get it delivered to your house. The unchill filtered rare breed.
Well, rare breed's worth it for the 1 liter because it comes in a package tin, so you can't.
Yeah.
It's hard to get the tins. So
No, over here the rare breeds always come with a tin, and
Yeah,
then
here
the
too. Here too.
unchill filtered comes with a kind of a similar box as a Master Keep one.
Yeah.
See, we don't get anything in a box like that.
Really?
Yeah, in America they don't. There's nothing on the shelves. They don't put a package.
Yeah, like all our rare breeds come with this tin.
Yep. And I mean, just for the package alone, it's worth it because like, it seems like that
Yeah.
is going away.
And then our what do you call the what's the single barrel called again? Kentucky Spirit. They come with also with a similar box to the Master's Keep. I'm not sure if you guys get it.
And I know in Poland we get that, but we get like everything. We get the European market. And we also get the U.S. market, so we can get both bottles, 750 to 700s, and some oddball 350s
yeah, our
too.
rare breed is 700, but all the rest of the wild turkeys are 750.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the 1 liter, the 750, and the 700 all side by side. So it's pretty cool.
Now, speaking of the Master's Keep, I did see that new it's finally arrived. What is it? Unforgotten?
Unforgiven or Unforgot? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the one they did. You know how they did the Unforgiven, which was supposedly a mistake where they blended a rye and bourbon.
Yeah.
And then the latest Master's Keep was the same thing, but I think at a higher proof, and they call it Unforgotten. But they
so
want
the Belvini, the 16, is that the normal one, or is that I know they have a Madeira at the airport when I went through. I know they're side by side. I know they have Pete Week, that 19-year-old though. That's like $250 or something. But, yeah, the Belvini 16, I've seen it, but I haven't had it. So, and I've seen it at duty free. So,
but yeah, Lil, you're right. We don't get those. I remember we used to get those boxes with the Bookers, that wooden, whatever it was, with the hay or that inside, but not anymore.
Oh, the wooden box for Bookers? They're pretty nice. Yeah.
Whoops. All right. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I had to go check on the dog. She was fitting and fussing. I'm like, what are you fitting and fussing about? So anyway, it's just
Did she have to go to the toilet?
No, well, she might. I'll take her out here in a little bit once I finish this dram and call it a night, but I still got a little bit left in here. So now what I think she hears is like the neighbor coming home from work.
Right.
So she hears the doors and stuff going on. I'm like, what is she yipping about? So no urgency or anything like that, but to her it is.
Hey, Anthony, what are you doing next week?
So next weekend I will be opening up camp.
Okay.
It's that time of year. So I'm leaving Saturday morning, going up. I'll be back Sunday in time to stream. At least I'm planning on it. Let's put it that way. I mean, if I'm beat up like a redheaded stepchild, yeah, I might take the day off. But yeah, I don't know. It's just all going to depend. But I'll be up north, and then my dad wants his fifth wheel pulled into place. I'm like, oh, all right. So I got to pull his into place. And so I'm going to be busy. But like I said, I should be home in time. I'll be streaming with Stacy, 4 Leaf Whiskey. She sent me over some Irish that's peated.
Right.
And she wants me to be on her stream. We were going to do it this Sunday, but I couldn't make it happen, as in today. And so I told her, I says, let's do it on the 20th. That way I know I'm home and I shouldn't have to leave to go north.
Okay.
So we'll see. We'll see. And I have to get a few things ready anyway and send her some pictures. But yeah, we were just talking about floor whiskey today. And one of the boxes I come across was, of course, the ones you dropped off here. And yeah, I got to get through them, and that's what we were talking about. Was it today? Yesterday? What is
Yeah,
today?
yesterday.
Well, today
Yeah,
is
Kingston.
yesterday. Today is
Kingston or
yesterday.
something? Saturday or Sunday? Yeah, one of those days.
Yeah. Well, today's Sunday now because it's after
Yeah.
midnight here.
Monday for me.
Yeah, Monday afternoon over here.
Yeah. Well, it's 12:39 a.m. Pacific time, and
That's still not a bad time.
we just hit Monday.
Yeah.
I thought you were further ahead than that.
Not much, just a day almost.
Huh. Okay.
Huh.
The Madeira 16-year-old Bovini. Okay. I never had it at the airport because they never had a bottle open.
No, me either.
Why
But
does the water
once in a
Bovini
while.
just came out?
The only problem I have with Irish peated whiskey is where are they getting their peat from? If they're using Scottish peat, then it's kind of stupid. Like then you might as well be drinking, peated Scottish whiskey.
Yeah, well.
Well, if you were here when Stacy was here, you could have asked that.
That's what I've always been curious because I've seen a few of that peated Irish, but it's like I want it to be Irish peat.
Right.
I haven't had the new Waterford peated, and I've talked to Stacy about that, Cohen. So next time you're on a stream that she's on, you can always ask her. But I don't own a Waterford.
Really?
I got 13 different bottles of Waterford, all the early ones, and let's just put it this way, I'm 0 for 4 and taste.
Yeah, they're pretty. They've got a really because they're so young. They've got a really agriculture taste, I would say.
0 for 4.
That's a good analogy, Simon.
It's really earth because they're all about with Waterford. It's all about terroir. Like you can literally, they'll show you the exact farm, and you can even watch videos.
You can do the QR codes or whatever it is, or scan it, and you can find everything about it, which I do like. So.
But I mean, I don't mind the agriculture flavor. Like I've got one called Hook Head or something like that, and I actually don't mind it. It's 3 years old, but
yeah, I think a lot of the stories are going to go to that new QR codes because I know GS is going to the new codes, so you can scan it and it tells you everything about it, what's in their profile, what they did. Yeah, I think that's cool.
I'll tell you, pretty much exactly when they planted it and when it was harvested.
Yeah.
Well, it's about time you haul your ass from work to get here because I was just finishing up my last pour and nightcap, and I told.
I know. I was listening on the way home.
Lil said you were on your way home, so
yeah, I had to stop in and pick her up a case of ciders on the way home, and they had to go find it. They had to go find them because it was the last case that they had at Dan Murphy's.
Oh my gosh!
So,
was that strong boy cider, Chris?
No, 5 seeds, the low sugars.
5 seeds.
So she drinks that when I drink beer.
Well, there you go. So what do you got? That's definitely not coffee in that chalice. He's got beer.
Yep.
Japanese
Asahi Super Dries.
There you go.
500 ml cans.
There you go. Saves you a trip.
That's it. And these are actually brewed in Japan, not in Australia. So they
are they the 500?
The stubbies do.
No, I thought it was all brewed here.
No, these are brewed in Japan. The cans.
Oh, nice. I'll have to pick some up.
That's why you buy the 500 ml cans or you buy the Asahi Blacks because they're from Japan.
I usually get I think it is Sapporo. I know they're done in the Japan, the bigger cans, but I didn't know Asahi's.
No, well, these are like $72 a carton for 24 500 ml cans, where it's like $58 for 24 330 ml stubbies.
Yeah, brewed in Australia.
Wow.
Damn.
It's a no-brainer to go
Yeah,
for
exactly.
an extra
Yeah.
$15. You're getting nearly double. So need that after my day at work today.
Well, so you survived another night at work.
Well, it was day shift.
Are you permanently going to be on there now?
No, I'm back on shift again at the moment.
So what's going on with your interview? Because I know you had two.
Well, one job which I went for, as I had the second interview with the principal for everything, and the day that they were supposed to advise who won the position, they decided that they'd have a recruitment freeze, which stopped everything, and that's in place now until July. I'm waiting to hear back on another job, which was a secondment as a process specialist.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the guys who I used to work with just sent me a message today saying that one of the guys from his team is moving to another role. So he's going, get your resume ready. I'm already talking to my boss. He wants me over in his team.
Oh, nice.
He's going, they're asking me to do stuff which I don't know how to do, yet you do.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So it'll be quite interesting because if I get over there, that's a permanent role. If I get over there, it'll be probably late June by the time that happens, which means that I'll be there for 2 months before going on holidays for 7 weeks.
Sweet.
Yeah, you can't complain about that. Have a holiday? What the heck?
And Andrew, you know when we're going to be in Vegas?
14th,
the 7th,
14th, isn't it?
7th to the 11th.
Yeah, I mean, it was somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Of
September. So we'll organise a catch up.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll be.
So I think Vic's coming out. Ed's coming out with Vic. I think Nashville's going to come out with them as well. The Fancies are talking about coming out for the weekend. Clifton's coming out.
Oh.
It won't be as big as last year, but it'll be a decent turnout for Vegas.
Oh, it'll be fine. It most definitely will be fine.
And then after that, we go and catch up with Old Man Joe and Bubble Bath Bourbon and Bobby from Bad Axe and Greg White and everybody in San Fran up in the Bay Area.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
But yeah, Colin, I agree with you. The Yochi is a really good whiskey. Japanese whiskey.
So have you joined the whiskey club yet, Simon?
No, I have not.
Because last month they did the Fuji.
Fuji?
Ah, nice.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, I've never had a Fuji.
Cohen, it's not 120 in September. It's 119. That whole degree makes a difference. Whole degree.
That's why my wife is leaving the Valley next 3 weeks. She's coming over here. So.
What, she miss you or something?
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
She's gotta go see her family, like the routine. She goes back and takes care of the house, in Poland, and ships me alcohol. So
there you go. Then
good wife.
There, it's perfect.
Looks nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Is it real? Is it real Japanese whiskey though? That's the question.
Good question.
Maybe it's a
It's
blend
a blended Japanese whiskey.
Yeah, see, I'm pretty when they say that. I'm dubious about it. It's
As the oldest distillery of Mount Fuji area.
Well, it should be their own juice then, if it's.
And it's basically made from malted barley, corn, and rye using snow melt that was filtered through volcanic rock for around 50 years.
Oh man.
If they say so.
So we've got to crack that open and try that. Probably do that this weekend.
There you go. You might as well put that on your to-do list.
So we got a couple of bottles of that. Lil got a bottle. I got a bottle. And then we forgot to opt out of the club this month, and we've got some ridiculous, stupid scotch coming.
Yeah, that's what I'm
bite
worried
your
about.
tongue.
Joining is not opting out in time. I'm just getting some fucking shit bottle.
Oh, the good thing about the group is that you don't really get shit bottles. It's just bad when they do shit scotch.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was called?
I'm just having a look. I'm just going into my emails. Where is it?
Yeah, man, this Yochi, if you ever get a chance to get a Yochi, man, they're so good.
Glen Grant 10. That's what Lilith said.
Glen Grant.
Yeah.
That's a standard Glen Grant. You can get.
All
that
right,
from
old man
down
Joe. We'll catch you back here, man. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
See you, Ivan J.
I forgot to ask him. I know he's flying out of Heathrow, but is he coming back to the States or is he going elsewhere? I forgot to ask him that.
Don't know.
That is a very good question.
Oh well, we'll find out eventually.
Yep.
That's for sure. All right, what time we got?
Yeah, Anthony, it's getting late for you, my man.
Well, yep, 8 minutes. I'm going to give it 8 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm going to call it quits. That way it'll be a 4-hour stream. It will be 1
a.m. Done that for a while.
I try to avoid it, but this was a good bullshit session and drinking and just chatting and all that.
He waited an hour for me to get home.
I did.
Yeah.
I waited just so Chris come on. And by the way, Chris, I did get that position.
Oh, very good. Congratulations.
Yep. I just don't know what shift. They haven't decided because there's 2 supervisors and I'm one of them. So they haven't decided if I'm going to be on the day or the back shift.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hoping it's the day shift because then I can get back into more of a normal routine.
Normal routine. Yeah.
Yes.
Then
That I've been on forever and a day.
That's where I'm struggling at the moment with going back on to shift. I'm just all over the place after 4.5 months, and I'm not sleeping now.
That's like me. I'll roll into bed here by 1:30 and I'll be up at 5:15 because my wife's up. And then I'll be up until I lay my head back down again at 11:30 at night tonight.
Yeah.
So I just get my 4 or 5 hours of sleep and that's it. Well, that's not good for you, but
no, I've been there, done that for a lot of years.
But once the sun comes through the windows, and I don't care what it is, I'm up. That's it. It's time to start my day.
That's why we have blackout curtains.
Yeah, in this house I don't because remember I was on day shift for a long time.
Yeah,
so when I was on graveyard, it didn't make a difference. I mean, once I closed them blinds, unless you physically woke me up, which was my wife coming home from work, because I would pass her as I'd come in from work, she'd be going out. I'd be up for maybe 2 hours or so or 3, go to bed, and I'd wake up when she got home. Well, I'm trying to think of Oh, excuse me. I'm trying to think of it. That was probably, when was that? That would have been 2002, 2003, the last time we had the kind of crossing ships. And then in 21, we went back to the crossing ships.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm much older.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
So are you planning to
That's for sure.
So are you planning to challenge either supervisor to a drinking contest for
There you go.
pick of shifts?
Ken said the Glen Grant's a 13-year-old crowd exclusively for the Whiskey Club, Simon.
No, that doesn't sound too bad, actually. I like Glen Grant. They're actually decent.
Selected 75 casks of vintages from 2008 to 2009 at 55% ABV.
Oh,
There
that's
you
not
go.
too bad, actually.
So it's
That
cask
sounds
strength.
all right.
Yeah.
Cask strength, 13-year-old Glen Grant. Interesting.
He might have, James. You know, at his age, he's not in a hurry.
Yeah, so Ken, we've got 2 bottles coming. So if you find that you're after another bottle, let me know. We can send one over.
Yeah, depending what Ken thinks of it, I might grab one of those bottles off you, Chris.
Okay. Well, it's getting cool enough now to be able to ship stuff across the country.
Nice.
Well, yeah, you guys are on
I wish
the
we had that
downward
problem.
now.
No, it's actually been pretty cool. Like, all of autumn has been colder than usual. I mean, we've had shitload of rain.
What have you been, 20, 25?
What degrees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
25.
yeah.
Low 20s. A couple of days ago, we were in the 18 Celsius.
Oh my gosh, you need a jumper.
We hit single digits here this morning.
Yeah, morning was fucking cold here too.
What? Single digits? You're talking
Yeah,
like
yeah.
5, 6, 7?
No, 9.
Ooh.
So
You
it
definitely
was
need a
50
jumper.
degrees Fahrenheit. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
was
you
chilly.
definitely need a jumper.
And it was, well, it effectively felt, it was 9 degrees, but it felt like it was 3.3.
Yeah, it was
Not
freezing.
3.4, but 3.3.
3.4 would have felt very balmy. You'd walk around in just a pair of shorts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a big difference between 3.3 and
Can always come
3.4.
here. It's negative 2.5 this morning, then it heats up to plus 16 Celsius later. So,
Isn't that lovely? Now, what did I just do with that? Oh, it's right in front of my nose. Sorry.
Yeah, at the moment it is exactly 20 degrees.
But we cracked open Bourbon Ballers 139.3.
That will
Heck.
warm you up.
The Elijah Craig. Yeah, well, it drinks hot.
noise.
I can imagine almost 70%.
No, but the
Exactly.
hazmat drinks a hell of a lot easier than that.
Mm.
Did I give you any of the hazmat when we were over last in Vegas, Anthony?
No, I got the Wild Turkey 13, I think it was.
Yeah,
Father
yeah.
and son.
Oh, the father and sons you got off me. Yeah, I couldn't
Yep,
remember if I gave you a sample of the hazmat after we opened it the Sunday night.
Mm-mm. No, but I just finished that father and son.
So I think Andrew got to try it. I think
The father and son, more than
no,
likely.
the hazmat because he was at the hotel room.
Yeah, he was back at your place. Yeah.
Yeah. Because did you have any of the hazmat Elijah Craig, Andrew?
Yes, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Hazmat Elijah Craig.
The big benefit for Andrew for catching up with us on Sunday night back at our apartment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get to meet. I'm so happy I got to meet people. Unfortunately, I was out of town that weekend until that night. So
Yeah.
I think there were a bunch of people who showed up in town and then had left by the time I got back.
Yeah, Dick
Yes,
headed
we
off
know.
in the afternoon, and Stanley, and Shane and
Yeah.
They were, yes. They were here without a doubt. And it was a very good time. I'm glad that I was able to get away so I could do it. So I'm very happy.
well, you'll have to make sure you catch up with us on Friday night, though, Anthony.
Well, yeah, yep.
Bring
So-
bring your bride because
yes.
because Ed is supposedly going to do a cook and bring some barbecue out.
Huh.
Nice. That's good.
Well, that's going to be fun. That's for sure. But
Ed, that's Vic's friend, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah, isn't it?
yeah, he's right into competition barbecue. So
Ooh, nice.
well, hell, being that I've got a little bit left in the glass and we have hit the 4-hour mark, I'm going to call it. It's 1 a.m.
All right.
I don't want Andrew to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, I gotta wake up in
After
4.5
midnight.
hours.
you'll watch
So-
the lights on his headphones turn to red.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Those blue lights will turn to red, and that's it. It's time to end it. But it's
Well, wake up
always
time.
great chatting with you guys and having a few drams, and particularly having these special guests pop on. Simon, JD,
Yeah,
Chris.
Absolutely.
You know, it's really nice of you guys to come on. Simon, I'm just glad to see you.
Yeah, it's
know,
been a
we
I
while.
know-
haven't seen
I
Simon
know-
in ages.
I know work gets in the way of socializing and
Yeah.
being normal. It's terrible. We all
Sure
know
does.
that. There's not one of us here on this stream or in this chat that would deny that. That's terrible when that happens. Even Ken will agree that work gets in the way of, just
Decent
hanging
drinking.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I always appreciate you all, and just want to say cheers. Thank you to everybody who's here and in chat still tonight with me. I look forward to talking to you guys again next weekend.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Anthony.